There we go. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to our episode 4 of season 6 of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. It is lovely to have you all here with us today. Thank you for being here. This is, so excited. This show is one of the things that it makes me very happy in a tricky and difficult world. Being able to play with people that I care about makes me happy, and being able to do so, people who are also super talented, and to be able to do so with a community of people who I also adore means a lot. And if my sound gets weird, just know that I'm working on it. So let's see what we've got here. We are playing some sci-fi sandbox excitement, and I want to say first off, there are many ways you can support us if you so desire, and one of the best ways you can do that is by being here and watching. You being here is what makes all of this. I'm just watching my sound vary, and I don't like it. Is what you doing that helps us, is what we're here for. If you would like to help us other ways, there are ways to do that. The first thing you can do, if you like, is you can tell everybody else that we're here. And if you're on YouTube, you can leave us comments. And if you do, I'll read them out. You can also give tips and bits. And if you do, I will read those out at the end. Last week, there were tips and bits that I did not read out. And so I'm going to do that before we start, because I will not forget you all. And you can also be one of our Patreons. You can go over to Patreon, which is over at Academic Foxhole, and join us. And that goes to help pay for the cast of this wonderful show. And let's see, what I tell you about that? We have, it's pretty chill. There's also a special $200 tier, which will pay for 4 players for 1 week for 1 show. And there are 4 limited slots for that. And one of our current patrons is Willen TW, who is not only a patron, but also takes notes for us and is amazing, because my notes are not always legible to myself after I write them down. So having something that is more legible is very, very useful. And if you are if you're one of our sponsors, you will get a special shout out, a special spot in the credits, and a radio ad that I will play once a month or more if I feel like it. And we also have a merch store over at Fourth Wall, and we have brand new merch for this season, which is a bunch of in-character ship's gear, and I'm very excited about it. I'm not currently wearing it because I'm going to be the king of Drinax, so but I'm wearing it all the time otherwise. And you can 100% go and get some. I love it. It's really exciting. And I'm also really happy to say that the other bit of merch that I'm working on madly trying to get it out in time before April 15th is coming quite along. I only have basically 1 more page left to work on, and then that I hope I'll be able to more or less announce that next Friday. We will see, but it's going to be super cool. So that is all of that. And I believe before I have my players introduce themselves, I am going to read the messages from last time, because I don't want to forget them. So last time around, we got 500 bits from Hawkeye, who, by the way, I have had the pleasure of playing Star Trek with and is such a lovely human being, who says, "The Tagonists return! Ruby is gone, June is back. Will our crew shine like the gems they are, or will these pirates remain diamonds in the rough? After all, we've taken quite a shine to them." What's great about Hawkeye, besides his amazing filk ability, is the puns that he gives us as gifts, and I appreciate them very much. Stormbinder gave us 42 bits, which is the meaning of life, and says, "Hello all, cheers to another amazing show." Void Smoker, who is brilliant and whom I love, donated $50, who says, "To the Tablasto Starbeam Fund." Thank you, because people keep stealing all the Tablasto. It's Kareen. And at the end of the last week's show, Stormbinder donated 100 bits and said, "Yet again, cast and crew show their skill and the fun they are having with their characters." And then finally, someone very mysterious, somebody anonymous, donated with no message, $250, which would pay for the entire cast's costs for last week. So whoever that was, thank you very, very much. And with that done, I would love to introduce our players for today. I do not have a special question for them because I'm going to tell them something after they've all said something. And we're going to do it like that. Let us start with the not the last, not the least, but definitely the lovingest, Laugh Love Lindy. Who are you and who are you playing?
Hi, 'tis I, Laugh Love Lindy of the Laugh Love variety. I will be playing Quint Vesper, former Solomani spy and soon-to-be Knight of Drinax. Former circ performer. A lot of hats. I've had a lot of hats, a lot of masks.
Current spy.
No, I'm not.
That was
not
debunked.
A current spy. Debunked. Fake news.
That's what a spy would say.
That's true.
Look, I had a psionic interrogation. It was proven false.
But that's you living the fact-based reality, and I don't know if I believe that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right, exactly. Because we all know that you have a choice now. Right.
Yeah. Speaking of choices, I feel like the next person we're going to go to is a Cord. Cord, your character has choices, and I would love to know, including roommates and how you want to sort of do the interior design for your new quarters. So tell me, who are you and who are you playing?
That's the question. The question is, Cord, who are you, and what interior designing are you going to do in your character's new quarters? Hi, everybody. I'm Cord, also your favorite mythematic bartificer, mythematic. You can find me everything that is mythematic. I am a blacksmith. I am a GM. I do a lot of things, and I have been playing a lot of Star Citizen lately, which I have been doing a lot of, but now I have an org that has a purpose. We are the Gas Giants, gasgiants.org. If you want to join or need to submit a ticket because you have fallen prey to the refuel bug that is knocking people out of quantum in the middle of space, we got your back. So gasgiants.org. But I'm excited to be here. I'm playing Severence, Baron Severence. He's the admiral, self-proclaimed admiral, but soon to be actual admiral. He's got a lot of titles, and I have forgotten them all. But he's a Corsair, Admiral, Lord, something. There's a lot going on with him. You could just
add them.
But yeah, that's right. Doesn't matter. He is the Aquarium High Admiral, volcanic, the captain, Baron Severance. But yeah, anyway, so that's me and also some of my character. But I'm happy to be here. I'm a little scatterbrained because I came in super late. The reason why we started late is because of me, and I'm getting everything all set up, and I'm jingling now, so that's cool. But anyway, that's me. Bye, or hi, or whatever.
Speaking of people who jingle, at least perhaps their character, because their character might have more baubles and signs of office than one might expect. Ari, who are you and who are you playing?
Hello, I'm Terrica, and I'm Ari, and I'm playing Terrica. The other way around, you guys. Yes, they're a noble. They don't particularly want to be, but they've, I think, started to finally accept that to a certain extent. But first and foremost, they're truly a pilot above everything else.
So speaking of people who have true callings, I think that was going to bring us over to Warp Reactor Greg. Who are you and who are you playing?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another fantastic Foxhole Friday. I will be Greg. I will also be playing Dr. Valentine Morrissey, who is what do we call him? The something of death, the denier of death. And
Harbinger.
So, yes.
Oh, denier.
Yes, well, I mean, it could go either way depending upon what outfit he's wearing. But I can't wait to start playing, friends. This is Friday. If I could say one thing real quick, Trooper, I would like to address chat directly, if I may. Chat, you have my permission. Grab a drink. I don't care how strong or weak it is. Grab a snack. I don't care how strong or weak it is. Put your feet up. Relax if you possibly can, and let's go away from reality for the next couple of hours and enjoy the togetherness and community of the fantastic Foxhole. Friends, Let's go.
And I am Trooper SJP, and I am the GM for these shenanigans, and let us talk about something first.
Let us go, and then we'll talk. Okay.
Yeah. I just want to bring up a couple things, just like these little bit of meta mechanical things for you to ponder. It's about
meta.
piracy. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
perfect.
about
No,
piracy.
never mind. You have me. I'm here again.
So way back when you went to go and pirate the Sisendai with the Pirate Queen, she was giving you some advice. She couldn't give you all of it because she mysteriously died. And
I would have done that.
who knows? But some things to ponder, and that is, and some things you don't yet know, because when you pirated the Sisendai, you had foreknowledge that that ship was arriving. So normally, when you're going to go and try to pirate somebody, part of the process is that you go to a system and you wait. You wait probably around the 100 diameter mark, where people are going to be jumping in and out, around there, and you hang out, probably being stealthy, and you wait, and you hope that somebody who will be a good target will show up. And you might have to wait a while, maybe not, you don't know.
It's like fishing.
And
I mean, it's no different
like
than
fishing.
fishing.
That's
So
exactly
let's stop
right.
judging it. Let's judge it the same way we would probably go fishing or hunting
Yes.
or bird
Yes.
watching. It's just that.
Yes.
That's all it is.
It is just that. That's it. But I want to let you know that I have to make rolls to find out if there's anything there for you. And you might, and it's like one roll like every week, I think. And so nothing really interesting might show up. Things might show up that are interesting. Some of those things might be really good targets. Some of those things might be anti-pirate ships. You never know. It sort of depends on where you are, and how how things go. So there's a process of trying to find a good location and then stalking for a bit, seeing what shows up, and then deciding, is this a good target or not, So that will be out there for you. Just to, that's not like I go to the system and then there's a ship, then you pirate it. You have to see if one shows up. That's one thing. The next thing that I would sort of note is when you pirated the Sisendai in Marduk, after you did, you then flew to the high port in Marduk and did stuff. That was fine, because it turns out the Sisendai immediately jumped out and did not report that they were pirated in the Marduk system, because they had illegal goods on them and they kind of wanted to obscure where they had been going. On the other hand, if you were going to pirate regular traders and your ship ends up docking at the high port in that system every single time, that might be mysterious. So, you might want to ponder if you are going to dock in the same system that you pirate. You know what it is. And of course, you have to get new fuel, but maybe you want to, wild refuel if you're planning on pirating. Just ponder how you want to obscure your locations. So just a thing, and you might get more of that a little bit, or thinking about how people hunt pirates as you go to hunt some pirates, if you do, in the Torpal and Clark systems. So those are just some things to ponder before we get there, but that's not where we're at right now. Right now, we are on a new day, day 160 of the year, of the imperial year, 1105, which is also, let's see, we're in day 160, which means this is also the year 5625 for the Solomani, the Terrans, if you are so inclined for that sort of business. This is technically September the 23rd, the year 5625, if you are Solomani. And if you are Drinaxian, this is the first day of Argent, year 19,052. Argent being the color of loss and, destruction, catastrophe, destruction. The year 19,052 is a shadow year. It's a flip year, which means this is a lot more about destruction than catastrophe. But if you are, superstitious, who knows if you are or not. But On this day, the first day of Argent, there are 4 days for each color in a year. There's much. The night before, you had been all invited to a state dinner that had been planned and then pressured by a lot of different people for a lot of different reasons. A state dinner. There was also steak.
Yeah,
fake steak, but it's fine.
Fake steak.
You know, and in that dinner, there was finally, or at least, I mean, a lot of people who were, everyone who was there, well, not everybody, some people were missing. Lord Rax was missing. I guess some other people were missing as well. That's because he's in prison. And, but a lot of people were there, hanging out. And, you know, there was a bit of schmoozing. You have some of the people who are in the other ships that are here right now who are also present. But the most important thing afterwards was that finally I suppose during the dinner, you know that one of the representatives from Torpal is frustrated that nobody is solving their pirate problem. And afterwards, the message globe was opened. The message globe that your Professor Haut-Bolzoni has been carrying with him was opened. And what was learned, because it was open, because basically they needed somebody who had the ducal codes from way back in the old Sindal days to open it. Because if you try to open these globes and you do them incorrectly, all the information inside is erased immediately. So you need somebody who can do it. And the globes were opened, and what you got was a message from a mysterious location on Noricum, the old capital of Sindal, which the professor does not know that location, and the professor knows all the locations because he studied Sindal at great length, as he would tell you, that is most likely some sort of secret base, which is very exciting for him. And there were 4 globes that were sent out to the various sort of dukes of Sindal, all right before the Sindalian Empire fell. And there was a bunch of information that was in there, but all coded, like numbers and letters. What is that information? You don't know. Most likely you need all of the parts of that message to decode it and find out what it is. And the story, of course, it's the treasure of Sindal, because the Admiral Terrica, way back in the day, an ancestor, convinced the Emperor of Sindal to give them the contents of the imperial treasury, is how the story goes. At least that's what the story goes. And that Admiral Terrica would take that treasure, take it to a special refuge, and then the emperor and family would arrive afterwards. But the emperor and family were slaughtered. Never got there because the rebels broke through and killed everybody before they could leave. And nobody ever saw the Admiral Terrica again, who took the treasure and nobody saw them. So this is like an exciting treasure hunt for the treasure of Sindal that the professor is planning on going to Noricum to find out to explore the secret base. That's very exciting. They still need to get 2 more treasure globes, although the Tagonists have one of them. There's only one left. But the king has basically sort of put out there that he doesn't think that there actually is any treasure, and he's not particularly super interested in pursuing this. At least that's what he says in public in front of the Imperial ambassador and the professor. But to the Tagonist, he's like, yeah, you should go and find out what that is and get it, and then we can have it before they do. But there are also other things that people want and need. But all of those things are things that happened at the party. It is now a new day. Our Tagonists awake. There are funerals planned because there was quite a bit of loss. Most likely there are also going to be official investitures. I gave 2 of our protagonists, I believe 2 of them, temporary bonuses to their social standing on the condition that they get invested in their new ranks. If they choose not to, then that will go away, obviously, because that's what those social standing is there for. But that means that there are some investitures on their way. They have a crew member waiting for them on Torpal. They have another crew member who looks like they're going to leave once they can leave. And they have a number of other people who are possible crew members. They have a pilot who is piloting the Elaine. They have Armin Brace, who is Severance's squire. And to be knighted. And you also have Zeke and Mook, who may or may not join you all, depending on what they're currently being held for questioning. But there is a bunch of people around. So let me ask you. On this morning, as the floating palace soars around this planet, knowing that there will be a funeral at the very least today, what all do you have planned before the funeral takes place, if you plan on attending? I would say this morning, I'm going to ask, just before we can set the scene, where are you all? I assume that you're all on the Gambler, but I don't know. Maybe you are sleeping somewhere else. I cannot say.
I'd like to jump in real quick since Val slept in the other day.
Yeah.
Val is out in the mess hall. He has star charts. This is the first time anyone will have seen him actively investing in the future of the Gambler, as he has star maps and star charts out, and he is like literally like knee up to chin, smoking. He's got lines drawn. He's trying to figure out a way to set up a route to hit as many things as they need to hit. So he is sitting there just like trying to, he's got a sheet with time, 2 weeks crossed out. And it's just a murder board, no pun intended, of future events.
Oh, since you brought it up, I suppose I should just note something else that happened. Since season 1, I've noted Rachando, who is the only trader who brings in goods to Drinax, and who also, he's based in Drinax, but there's also an Aslan trading ship, a Saldancet, who sort of comes in and out regularly. But Rachando loves to sell things to Drinax that they might need, like fuel and batteries, et cetera, and he charges them outrageously large, terribly abusive, extortionist markups. And some people, and their names might rhyme with Morrissey, have decided to destroy this person and their exploitative capitalist grossness. Just putting it out there as a note in case anybody forgot.
Just to add to what you just said, Val has taken he's got a couple glamour shots of himself.
Is this Schmal or Val?
Very much. What, Greg? Greg, no, Val.
Is this Val or Schmal?
Schmal. I heard
we were
it was
just talking
Schmal.
about Schmal. Yeah.
I was Schmal. Val's very impressed with Schmal's the cut of his jib, so there might be a little bit of like idol emulation going on there.
Okay.
But imagine Marcus from Borderlands. That's how in your face the advertising campaign is in the last 24 hours on Drinax.
Where is everybody else? Because it is the morning. There is nobody there to make breakfast for you, obviously, because Evan is waiting on Saldancet's ship to leave. But where are you all?
Quint would have already gotten a protein shake that morning, eggs, cottage cheese, whatever, and it would be in the cargo hold, looking at the silks like I was going to practice.
But cradled within the silk is a large ass piece of iridium.
Yeah.
Large ass.
Drinaxian Viridian.
Not a
Drinaxian. Not a half ass. A large ass piece of Drinaxian.
Yes, a whole ass piece of Viridian.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Not even your Viridian.
Yeah, not my Viridian.
Yeah, right. Right. I didn't even, yep, exactly. Yep, not even. Oh, man, it's so good. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
And would instead do calisthenics and other things. Would just be doing a good workout. And formulating some thoughts to put to word later.
While you're doing that, just for the record, I think this is very important to note. You're being watched.
By the Grebes, yes.
Yes.
I'll even feed them so Wesley doesn't have to.
Remember, they're carnivorous. They are carnivorous.
They are carnivorous.
This could be very useful for us.
Oh, we Trooper and I figured out that not only are they carnivorous, they have like the 2 stomachs like cows. So they eat, and then that goes in the first stomach and digests for a bit, then it comes back up, and then they chew it again, and then it goes in the second stomach.
Yeah. So nice they eat it
Classy.
twice.
So nice they eat it twice.
And you also had been pondering of delivering those grebes, which do take up cargo space, to
Yes.
the Vespexers, actually down.
That'd probably be something
on the
we do on
surface.
our way out.
Yeah.
Depends on how long you want the grebes around. Just looking at you as you do calisthenics with their
Oh, look, I got used to it.
teeth.
It's better than looking at me while I do calisthenics rather than when I have to be on the silks above them.
That's fair. When they just look up like, yum. You know.
Like,
Fall,
if only
fall,
she'd
fall,
fall.
fall.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
That
what
is
the
correct.
lifespan of a grebe is, but I'm pretty sure they spent the majority of their lives on the Gambler. Like, they think this is the world entire. Like, they have no idea that there's air or a planet.
They're gonna get down to the planet and be like, this is bullshit.
Yeah,
What
they're
is
gonna,
this?
they're gonna be domesticated. Yeah, they're gonna be like, "You're free," and they're just gonna wander back onto the.
Right? They're gonna be like, so this is bed, right? This is home, and then that's whatever that is.
Oh, I love this planet. All right, let's go home now. Yeah,
Thank you for the trip.
yeah,
Nice
like an old dog. Okay, this is nice. Let's go home.
Now that you're back, I will note that Armin Brace was able to get back on the ship, and you know,
Good. I was worried about that.
because y'all left, and he was like, "Oh, but he waited." So yeah, what we've got Val doing Star Chart, our astrogator. We've got Quint doing exercises, and what about the other two of y'all?
I think Severance is. I believe we see Severance in his quarters. There is maybe if the camera is sort of like drifting through the ship and then like finding his way through the quarters, and the iris opens and we see like the back of Severance as he's sitting at the desk. But there is a trail of smoke, sort of. Like a plume of smoke sort of trails up in front of him, leading us to be like, what's he smoking? As the camera zooms in and then swings around to see that he is actually has matches and he's lighting a chunk of coal or a piece of coal, and the tendrils of smoke are going into the air. There's probably like a little dish or maybe a saucer from the mess hall that is there, but after an amount of time, the coal or the ash starts to then fall into the dish, and then when he cools the piece of coal onto the and places that off onto the metal probably table that's there, he then dips his hand or his finger into his right ring finger into the ash in this saucer, and then begins to rub it on his neck, almost like and draw like around his jaw and around like his jugular. It is a Vexbexerian tradition, like ceremonial tradition that goes back pre the diamonding of the nobles. It is to like celebrate the carbon and the and the life that was sacrificed for the people of Drinax, like before the coal becomes. This coal could be from anything. I'm not saying this is a piece of a person, but it's just more of like the symbolism. So like there is this moment where he's doing this. I don't know if there is much, like when it comes to his face, I don't know if there is like a somber feeling or a somber look of emotion, like he actually feels anything about like, oh man, like there's no mourning or tragedy. He just knows that it's almost like putting on a tie before a wedding. You know, you just have to do it. He is, or whatever the thing is, putting on a tie before a funeral. It's sort of like, it's just sort of commonplace to, so he's sort of doing that. I don't necessarily know. I kind of like the idea that there may be different designs for different things. Yeah, write this down. There's good different designs or different things, or maybe everybody designs their neck differently. Not unlike a Belta from Expanse, their like neck tattoo that they have to signify like. But I think like maybe this time he just made 2 or 4 lines, one on each side of his Adam's apple that just sort of connect and wrap around his jugulars or whatever it may be. But it's just like I said, it's like a you would identify it as it's more Vexer
Yep.
ceremony than it is a noble Drinaxian ceremony.
Yeah.
Right.
Which of course makes sense to me because the Drinaxians turn their dead into diamonds, but all those dead people are nobles, right? I would imagine the working class people and the middle class people are just not turning their people into...
They don't get there. They can make them into coal, but they can't make them into diamonds. Yeah. So it is that it's exactly that sort of I feel like it's exactly that sort of thing where it's definitely a Vexer celebration of the gift of carbon or whatever it is that you have now changed into blah blah blah. And now you're part of blah 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 blah. So all that ooey gooey cool stuff that you can just figure out or not. But
which
I think that's what he's doing.
Which implies to me for both above and below, you have death by fire, right? Do you know what I mean? Like it's the right. You burn people in various ways,
exactly.
Or compress them. Also, I think it's just interesting,
especially our Sith Lords.
Yes, exactly. Emotion. People, the Sith are
We've already opened up the Sith holocron. We're looking for 3 more. We have a second
That's
one.
Right.
So exactly. I feel like I know where this story is going to go, and I thank you, Trooper.
Good places.
Thank you.
And ebony, the color ebony is the color of home, hearth, and shelter. So putting designs in coal, these designs will be black, of course, which means in some ways it's sort of like sending them to a home, right? Like sending these, the dead to a hearth, to a home.
And of course, so something so vital like your jugular and airway is, it's just, it's like a meeting of death or change or death and life, something so valuable. Anyway, that's sort of what he's doing. So if anybody is like, oh, what smells like smoke? That's what's happening. And if there's like, I followed my nose and I've ended up here. What's going on, Severance? That's what would be happening. So
beautiful. What about Terrica?
I think we see a little bit of a montage for Terrica. We will see.
Cue the 80s music, please.
Cue the 80s music. We'll see them wake up. I think they'll go get their cup of coffee when they see like Val doing all the like astrogating and star charting and things.
Gotta get up, gotta get out.
No, it's Katrina. Stumble out of bed.
It's Katrina in the wind.
I'm
walking with
Dolly Parton,
sunshine.
9 to 5.
Of course, stumble out of bed and fall to the mess hall. Yeah, exactly.
You guys are gonna like laugh your ass off at the idea of this after I get done with what this montage is.
Perfect.
Yes.
Awesome. So like, and they'll be like, they'll like touch on the back, the good morning kiss, the like, just all that, and then they'll get their cup of coffee and they'll but head out, and then they'll check to make sure, that the gambler is doing okay, that everything is fine, and then I think they head to their parents' house, and they're going to take we see them like take that mask off of the mantle, not Quint's mask, the mask that had been watching Terrica.
Yeah.
And they'll carry that into their father's study, close the door, and sit down, like the well where the game board is. So they're going to sit down there with the mask in their hands, and they're going to reach out and try to contact Drinax because they know they need to get this piece of Lady Hill out, but not what to do or how to do that. So they're just they will just try on pure instinct to extract that. And their goal is, actually, I want to roll for this. If their goal is to just get Lady Hill out at any cost, or if their goal is to feed like sort of a filtered part of Lady Hill back into Drinax. So like filter out all of the crap and everything, like all of the ambition and just the pieces, the actual true pieces that would feed Drinax versus like all of the other everything else. So like I'm sure it would be like a fragment of a sliver, but
yeah.
Roll actually, I don't think I need to roll. Yeah.
Well, for the contacting, roll. And the interpreting, roll your your avatar of Drinax?
The True Liege one?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the thing about it, as you reach out here, you get a connection to Drinax. But what you see does not make a lot of sense to you. Being able to translate between a planet and a person is not always easy, because the planet doesn't always know how to describe things, right? There are, and also doesn't always know what you want, because it's, again, most of them have never actually been in bodies and interacting with people in a way that, for example, Sue is at the moment and learning all sorts of things. But most of the time,
That's
they
fine.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They don't have the same kind of context, and it's hard to translate. But you get these sort of visions. The being is trying to guess what you mean, right? In terms of what it is that you're asking. Also, they don't have the same idea of an understanding of death, right? So there's some things that it's trying to translate, and it sort of, because you rolled well, it gets a sense of what it thinks you're asking, Drinax. And what you see in your mind are visions of funeral rites. And you see, at first what you see is just, this happens sometimes where, in the very beginning of these visions in your mind, there are beings that have no faces, or they're kind of just like formed sort of like soffents, right? But they don't really have faces or details, sort of just kind of like light. And then they become people, and they become people that you know, right? So it's sort of like Drinax is translating into something that you would recognize, right? So there's a way in which sometimes these visions you think are probably symbolic of a role rather than a specific person, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's in the way that, like, at this point, if they were going to represent Repenhausen, it would be you, right? Even if they were talking about Repenhausen from 100 years ago, and anybody else they wanted to show that to, it would just be you, as opposed to someone else that, right? There's like a bit of a plugging in what you would know to make it make sense, how they translate. So there is a figure that is doing a ceremony, and as the figure coalesces, it is the Sun Priestess that you know. But you get a sense from what you're seeing that there are ceremonies that people who carry the dead from one to the next engage in, and that some sort of that is the knowledge that you seek, right? That the knowledge that you seek of how to do the process is probably in the knowledge of that role and that figure. So most likely you would need to do this thing that you're looking for with the Sun Priestess, the person for whom that is what they do, I suppose, right? They may not do it. Now, of course, you get the sense also that what you're asking is maybe not 100% what they do, right? That, like, they do something that's a bit more straightforward, but that they are the other piece of this process, right? There's like you see yourself and the Sun Priestess next to each other, like looking at each other. It's and there's like a green light that sort of like exists between you, and then, like, you see like clouds of the planet. The planet is trying to, I suppose, communicate to answer your question of how to do this thing. And it is not the Sun Priestess by herself who does it, right? It is both of you sort of standing in a chamber, The chamber itself is vague, probably because it's on the floating palace, not on the surface of the planet, so it's not as clear what it is. And you notice that whenever the imagery is something connected that's on the surface itself, it's clearer. Whenever it is something, like when you get to the Sun Priestess, it's clearer, and the Sun Priestess, of course, is adorned in Viridian, jewelry and items. So whenever the Viridian is present, the Viridian is able to conjure the vision of what that looks like better. But if there is no Viridian present and it is not on the surface of the planet, it becomes vague, sort of like dreamlike. And it becomes filled in a little bit more with your own memories than whatever the Viridian itself might know, right? There's like a way in which your own memories are being used in much the same way that your own voice was used when you were in the heart of the planet, to fill in gaps that the Viridian itself can't see. So you would see the Sun Priestess as you last remembered her, not the way she might look right now since you've not seen her recently. Right? So like the way you saw her 8 years ago, 7 years ago. And you can tell as you've gotten better at this, that this is a process of using your own memory to see for it as well as, I guess, for you.
Terrica would thank Drinax in the only way that they really like, because they've been, as they've been trying to like communicate this, and so they're learning as this is happening,
Yeah.
right? And the only way that they can think to show Drinax all of this appreciation is this image of all of these crowds that had gathered into the floating palace for this celebration, and just the gratitude and the joy from this memory and the like appreciation, right? So this is, but not just one being, just like all of at the scale that they hope is more representative for Drinax.
When you do this, you get a sense of something. The best way I can put it is you give this memory in a very intentional way. Spend a psionic point, by the way.
2 psionic points, right? Total? One for the connection and the one for this, or just 1 psionic?
Yes.
Okay.
2 total. And as you spend it, there's something that happens to this vision that you give, right? That you send out. It's as if some of the faces that Drinax had shown you in the crowd of the people on the floating palace that were vague, that you now give them faces. And giving them faces is not just giving them faces in your mind, but you are teaching Drinax who some of these people are, which then allows Drinax to perhaps see them, right, and connect to them. So there's a way in which you are giving some of your essence in order to help make the connection between yourself and your subjects as a true liege to Drinax. If you see what I'm saying, you are making the connection between the people on the floating palace that Drinax cannot see and Drinax, and you are the conduit between them as you do this thing.
After that's done, I think Terrica's just like whoop, and they just like pull themselves right back out of that. A question: the game that is on the board in their papa's office, is that the last game that they played with their papa, or is it another game?
No, it is the last one. It has none of the pieces have been moved since you left. Well, that's not fair. That is not fair. That is not correct. Your papa made one last move, but you never came back to finish it?
I think we just we see all of that hit Terrica, and they set the mask aside, and they'll just rest their hands in their face into their hands and just sob, probably for a while. And when they finally stop sobbing, when you reach the point where you've just cried yourself out and everything is just, you're exhausted, but there's a release there. They'll stand up and they will also make one final move on the board before they head over to where they know the ceremonies are starting.
Let me ask you a question about the move you make.
Yeah.
Do you build or do you destroy? Build or capture?
Terrica builds. And it's not a build on their tower, it's a build on one of his towers. It's putting the cap on one of his towers, actually. It's more specifically.
And you put the cap on his tower. And it was probably a tower, it was probably like a hospital tower, something like that, like a tower of health, right? For this game that would allow the community that you are building competitively / cooperatively. It's a complicated game, right?
It's very complicated.
To be healthy. And as you place the stone to cap it, it's another level, right? The tower just gets a little bit taller, and the game as a whole has one more level to it. And then it waits for your father to make a move that he never will be able to. Meanwhile, back at the Gambler, it is getting closer to the time when the ceremony would begin. People would need to start getting ready. It's time. Except there is a call. And June Sue goes, "Excuse me, Captain," which is just said because at the moment Terrica is not on board, but Val, Severence, and Quint are on board, which is probably going to be for Severance, right? You just hear over the comms. We have a visitor wanting to board access to the Gambler, Prince Harlock of Drinax.
Very well, I'll meet them there.
All right. I will unlock the airlock doors.
A moment.
Of course.
Make my way to the airlock doors. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready now. Now you can unlock them.
And then the iris whoosh, opens up, right? And there you see Prince Harlock, quite stiff, with 2 Star Guard. He walks on, and he walks in. He's got a very strict posture, and he's in his regalia, wearing sort of like the white and gold of mourning, with brown. And he walks in, if you just look sort of on a surface level, it just looks like he's got a like really intense military bearing, right? There's like kind of a real stiffness to his body as he walks aboard. Admiral Severance, I am here to call upon my wife, Princess the Harlock. She was not present at the state dinner last night, and I would wish to speak with her, if that would be all right.
Sorry, I thought you said your wife. Well, the Harlock is a bit indisposed at the moment. Is that what you? What were you speaking with them for? They had a meeting with you, I assume.
Well, we have an important state function. We have the funerals in but a few hours, and it would be important for her to be by my side for these funerals.
Yes, I agree. I wonder. I'm so sorry. Please come and make yourself comfortable. I just remembered. I just escaped my mind. There's been a lot on my mind lately.
And he steps in, but the idea of him sitting down and being comfortable, he just doesn't. He kind of just, it's a little awkward, actually, right? He steps in, so he's not being rude of not stepping into the ship.
Right, but he's stiff as a board.
He's stiff as a board. Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I apologize. What are my manners? You are still in recovery, I assume. But everything is. Your wife is not here. But I'm sure we can maybe get. And I'm like looking at the guards.
And the guards are not. The guards are not on massive alert in terms of like feeling threatening because you are, after all, the admiral. So there's a bit of
to go to a funeral. Why would we do that? You're right.
Yeah. That said, they do seem to be. There is a bit of a tension that the guards seem to have. You would need to roll
social.
Something.
I'd love to.
Yes, you would have to roll something social to sort of get a better sense of them. I would say probably.
I genuinely do not know if I'm one of the people that have the buffs for social, because I almost said socialism. For social, because I have an outstanding social skill anyway.
Yes, you could do either. This would be social standing. You could do diplomacy. You could do deception. You could do. It's not really carousing. It's not really. Maybe carousing. It's not really partying, so I wouldn't.
I'm going to do gunner not. Social. I will do.
Or investigate would also work.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll do investigate social.
Yeah. Because
I think I am reading this situation versus being like.
Intellect.
Are they lying?
Intellect. Intellect investigate rather than social investigate. Because intellect is to like perceive, social is to perform.
Okay, I'll allow it. I, as the player, allow it. Yeah, let me go. Let me find intellect. Let me find where the hell I was. Investigate social intellect. It's the same bonus anyway.
And since you're using investigate, what this means is that you're sort of like observing them as this conversation is going kind of throughout the corner of your eyes, like trying to suss them out.
Right. And that's sort of. Yeah. It's all the same. Doesn't matter. Hey, look at that. I got an 8. What did I roll?
So you rolled. Looks like
no, it doesn't say. For me.
5 and a 2 plus a 1.
Oh, that'll do it. All right.
Yep.
1?
So,
hold on. What?
That's your bonus, right?
I should have way more than that.
Oh.
I'm a god. Well, no, that's not true. Investigation intellect. I have a mod of 2. It's
so that
12.
should be a 2, right? So that should be a 9.
Yeah, that's weird. Do I have? I'm rolling with a normal. Anyway, doesn't matter. That was just me being like, brr. Okay. Anyway,
we'll check it out. What you notice is that they do seem to be a little bit on alert, as if they're looking out for and they're guards. They've got helmets. You might think that they're like, oh, we're looking for danger. Like, who are the threats to the prince? Because that's what guards should be doing. But as you watch them, as this conversation with the prince unfolds, you realize they're actually worried for the prince, right? Like they seem to be ready. You know how some people like Quint might be ready to jump in the way of a bullet? Like in case there's a bullet, they'll just jump in the way. And so they're looking for bullets.
I feel like Quinn would cut it in half.
Yeah, that's not what they're doing here. It looks like they're ready to jump in case he collapses or need something, right? Like there's like a...
They're not really his guard as much as they're his nurse.
Or to make sure that he doesn't look bad, right?
Armed nurses. Yeah, right.
Yes, right. Like if anything happens, they can cover for him, right? And like when he couldn't find the word,
he must have been poisoned. Ha ha ha! He's not he's not recovering from something. It's something else. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Okay. And when he couldn't find the word for funeral, and he was trying to figure out what the word was, you could see them tense up. Like, do we need to intervene? And you realize that these guards are certainly there to guard him from attacks, but it feels like they're probably here to make sure that he doesn't look weak in public as well. Yeah.
That's sort of what I was getting, or at least what I was thinking this was going. So that excites me. That's sort of what I was reading from the scene.
That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, cool.
And by the way, since you did that investigate, he doesn't seem, he clearly does not know that the Harlock is not present. And he seems to have a little bit of like worry about where the Harlock, like he seems a bit concerned, right? He doesn't.
Right. And that doesn't really bother me because here I am thinking this guy had a traumatic brain injury and is in recovery and has been forced to stand up and be a prince. So he's going to say some wacky things while his brain recalibrates memories and the right way to calibrates reality again. So him coming in and being like, the Harlock's my wife. Where is she? We got to go to that thing, the funeral. Makes me go, yes, you are suffering from an event, right? Silly me.
Yes.
Here I was about to get really weirdly defensive and probably jealous. Okay, so he...
and maybe jealous, who knows?
Yeah, and I think, well, that's at least what went through my mind when I was like, and I was like, wait a minute, no, not yet, Severence. So I think he sort of checking in with the guards, these armed nurses, sort of confirms that, like, okay, you guys are here protecting his well-being, and you're sort of here playing along with, I gotta go get my wife thing. Whether or not it's true, that's at least what I feel Severance is seeing. And it's a great excuse for him to a narrative in his mind to go, it's all right, he's absolutely batshit crazy.
And by the way, nobody seems to be lying, right? There seems to be no deception going on at all, except for, I mean, the only deception would be that he does not seem to be doing as well as he's presenting himself as, basically, right?
Right, and that I can see right through that easily. And of course, if you genuinely think something, it's not a lie. So, I mean, if you genuinely, it doesn't matter. So yeah, he's going to sort of check in with the guards and sort of read this. Whether or not the guards are like, he's nuts right now. But I just see that there is like for whatever it is that their eye twitches or whatever it is, whatever subtle cue that Severance sees.
It's that moment when they're like, if he wavers, you can just see their hands like about to raise up when they put them back down, right? When they see
there is their their eyes widen for a second or their shoulders adjust. But yeah, I think when he said that funeral, like when he lost that word, I was like, oh right. So yeah, I think there is a moment where he's like, okay, right, please make yourself comfortable. He doesn't. Right. Well, is there anything else I could help you with while you're here? Otherwise, we should probably get you towards this funeral, right, Your Majesty? Right?
Yes. Please tell the Harlock that she should come to my chambers before, so that we may walk to the funeral together.
Yes, I'll try. I will try my best. If I see the Harlock, I will tell the Harlock. And what do you know of the Harlock?
Well, she is. Well, we were married.
I hope I'm not asking too personal a question.
No.
Good.
The marriage has not yet been announced to the court. It would be useful for her to be there for the announcement. We were hoping
Very useful.
to do that during the investitures in a
today?
short amount of time.
Is that
No.
tomorrow?
No, and like he stops for a moment, he puts his hand on his heart. No, that should. Yes. The investiture should be in a few days' time. But we do need to work on protocol. Admiral, I trust that you will. And one of the guards goes, inform her.
I beg your pardon. I have this a slight call that I've got to.
Val, Schmal, you are needed. You are requested at the airlock, please. Maybe some diagnostics as well. I don't know, med stuff. Dr. Val is requested at the airlock. Ebo.
And the Grebes are like,
Yeah, right.
Val will listen to all of that, then get up and grab his kit and come down.
Yeah, perfect.
Now, at this point, where is Quint?
I imagine this is like after most people's breakfast time and such. So I'm done with the calisthenics. Quint would be probably getting ready for the funerals, helping Wesley get ready, because I'm sure Wesley's invited as well to the funerals. So.
Yes.
No, Wesley, you have to wear white. It's a thing, I know. And then just basically getting them both dressed and and presentable. Yeah.
And Malcolm Brace is in his quarters getting himself. Well, actually, he's probably off the ship getting clothing since he didn't bring funeral wear with him. Yeah. Val, when you come down, the prince is there with his guards, talking. They're actually not that far in from the hatch, the gangplank. He didn't really seem to come in to like walk around and relax. He could very easily leave the prince very quickly if he needs to. Let's put it that way. And he's there with the guards, standing, and they seem to be having some sort of a conversation. And the prince is like,
Val will like slowly move into the conversational bubble.
Oh, yes, there you are. Hello, Dr. Val. The prince seems to just... is everything... I'm noticing a lot of swaying in things, and is there like... I don't know if there is... if it's all right. I sort of look at the guards like...
The guards, their tension is just ratcheted up at the moment. And one of the guards goes, I'm sorry, the prince is perfectly healthy, does not need any sort of medical care whatsoever.
Okay, yes, of course, silly me. You're right. And I just sort of look at Val to be like, watch.
Right. Val will say the following, we all, the rest of us just took a trip down to the surface a little bit ago, and we experienced some type of atmospheric pressure sickness on the way back up. It's been with the motion of the city over the past couple of days, experienced a lot. It's more like seasickness, instability. Have you been experiencing any of that, Your Highness?
And the guards look at each other, and they're like, you can tell that's very much like, now it's sort of a bit more like, they might have another job, which is perhaps a little bit less, a bit more controlling, if you know what I mean. And the prince goes, I'm just a bit... it's been a while since I have run... So it's just getting.
No. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do not wish for you to continue blaming yourself or thinking that we were targeting you with this information. Dr. Val was merely stating this because I am suffering from this. And maybe it is just my perception. I am sorry to then have to call you here, doctor, and so rudely maybe just inspect you when it's myself that needs it. I apologize.
And the prince goes, if you are not well, you should be taken care of.
That's why I have my surgeon here, and also it's just a little atmospheric pressure sickness. It will pass in a couple hours.
If it is serious, you should speak with Scholar Voha. They are remarkably competent with medicine.
Oh.
Yes.
Val would say, Your Highness,
And
it would
Val
be an
studied
honor.
under Scholar Voha.
Yes.
Scholar, and actually, anyone who studied on the palace knows Scholar Voha. Scholar Voha is
He's like the Surgeon General.
Actually, he's the main scholar in general. Is like in charge of the entire Scholar's Tower. Is like super brainiac. Is very good with medicine. That's their specialty. But like they are the seat of knowledge on Drinax and basically conducts.
Master.
Yes. Also, some other stuff. They were quite good with a number of things. But if you want to know any info, like all the technology that Drinax has saved, Voha is in charge of, right? They're in charge of all of that knowledge. And so everyone who came to study.
He's like the royal like general practitioner, right? He's like
Yeah.
Okay.
The royal scholar, right? That's
if this king gets COVID, he's the guy that he throws under the bus.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Or called,
But we have that. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Called and bus, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Val would, as respectfully as is humanly possible, which is a bit of a change for Val, he would say,
You're muted.
No, he's not.
I lost him. I lost him. Hold on.
It's just you,
What
Troop.
is-
It's just you, which is weird.
Sucker.
Because
is weird.
I hear Greg.
I hear Greg.
Greg, give it to me again.
I hear
you.
Greg.
Why is that?
Except Trooper.
Great.
He said, "Can you hear me now?"
No, let me refresh.
Perfect.
Yeah, it sounds like a you problem.
It probably is a me problem. Oh wait, no. Chat can't hear him either. Let me refresh you.
Well, that's strange because all of the rest of us can.
I'm just really good at reading lips. I'm so good. I could hear. It's like I could hear him.
Okay,
I could hear the
Greg.
inflection.
No.
Okay, now he's just messing with us.
Yeah, I
No,
can't.
I hear him fine.
Now I hear you. Okay, you're back.
Crystal clear. It's amazing.
Clarity is great.
I don't know.
All right, good. Hold on.
You're not on screen either, man.
Wait. Now I got you.
Oh.
Now I got you.
I have.
Now I got you. Now I got
Maybe
you.
you
All right,
refresh.
good. I did.
You
I
should.
refreshed. We're good.
Rascal.
let me do it.
Yeah.
I'm going for it, everybody.
I think you're
Okay.
back. Oh no, never mind. Go ahead.
No,
I
we're
mean,
good. We're good.
Trooper's gonna come back in a second.
That'd be fine.
No, I was-
totally hear him. That's hilarious.
I was here.
I don't know what's going on.
All right.
I had
now, okay. I had him. I swear I had him.
We didn't have
There we go.
you, so we didn't know
But I'm
that you had him. Yeah.
Right.
Do you have Greg now?
Can I be seen and heard?
Yes, you can.
Hey,
Awesome.
all right. Perfect.
Hey!
Okay.
Do you remember where we were?
You were saying the prince was like referring you to Scholar Voha.
From the top. Let's start from the beginning. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the channel.
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Morrissey. No, yeah, as respectfully as he could, and I said that's a bit of a change for Val. He would say,
Which I
Your
heard.
Highness, I've studied under the scholar, and it would be my honor if you are feeling unwell. I would be happy to give you a checkup and see if I could contribute anything to your betterment. Your
Well,
health.
that might be. And the guard's like, no, that's not necessary. And you could tell that he was going to say yes, and the guards were like, nope, nope.
He turns to the guards and says, "You can be with us the entire time, and any recordings I take, you may take with you."
And they sort of look at each other like, and the prince is like, the scholar Voha spoke well of Dr. Morrissey during his
it could
studies.
just be me. It could be my pressures, my sickness. You don't have to.
That's what we'll use the Admiral as a baseline and see if you're suffering from the same symptoms.
Perfect. Yes. It's always good to use me as the baseline. My genetics.
I think that would be
You're
all
like
right.
the back. You're the guy I have to make drugs that work for. But you're the baseline now.
Wow, you're way out of whack. Look at these charts. This is the baseline. This is you. I don't know.
See this baseline that goes up? Yours goes down. Why is that?
What is that?
Right.
Yours is at base level, only a line. Crazy.
And the guards are like, well,
You
if it's
should
only
be
for
dead.
If it's only for atmospheric pressure, I guess that's all right, Your Highness. And so the prince starts to walk, right? And it's that kind of it's stiffness. And you're like, oh, it's probably not military bearing, right? As he sort of comes with you.
That would immediately give his arm, as a friend, as friends would, walking down and be like, have you ever been aboard the Gambler since we've made some improvements? Your Highness, I would love to hear what you have to say about this. Is old Drinax, as he's this is like ash in fucking Val's mouth. Look at the grandeur of old Drinax.
Flying buttresses overhead, or exactly.
Right.
And as you sort of make your way up, this is about, I think, when they would run into Quint and Wesley, sort of all dressed. Perfect. And like it is the prince and two guards come up onto the upper deck of the Gambler, and he sees Quint, and he sort of does a kind of like he tries to do one of the dance steps to greet you. That is stiff. It's not. It is a very micro one, as he sort of makes the gesture.
Val assists the entire time, knowing what the move is going to be, so he supports like lower back shit like that. Yeah,
because it's clear that not great. But I will note he looks flawless. Like his skin is perfect. There are no scars. Everything looks great.
Looks good, right?
Looks real good. He looks.
It takes
awesome.
more than a coat of paint to make it on Thunder Road, though. So we'll see if.
And the guards are just like, looking, and they sort of acknowledge, and there's just like a general sort of like interest of what it looks like as, I suppose, you take him into your quarters.
My non-med bay.
Your non-med bay.
Yeah.
Where is your med bay? Well, Doctor. Well, Your Highness, we don't have one.
I'll just give a bow, and shove Wesley down with me, and then drag him off of the ship because this seems important.
Val would say, "Your Highness, may I present my friends Quint and Wesley?"
And he, makes his gesture. He goes, Wesley, the ward of Liege Terrica. Yes, I've heard you are to be the heir of that household. And Wesley kind of looks like, what? Like, Wesley does not seem to, had not heard this, right? And was not quite certain what that was about. And is a little bit perplexed. And says,
Val looks at Wesley with eyes that say, "Go along with it."
Yes. Yeah, and there's like a nudge, just play along.
Yes, Your Highness. And then he does like
really nailing it.
He does a step ball change, which is not one of the moves at all. But like, it's just not.
No
he just
one ever does that.
Val makes a mental list, and at the very top, he crosses off leave Drinax, and he puts up teach Wesley how to dance at the top.
And it's an awkward step. You're just like, he's like, no. And Wesley will go with Quint out as Val.
I'll just save him from the situation. We've got a lot to do before the funerals. Let's go.
Yeah.
I will say this. I love the idea that every meeting in Drinax is like the beginning of a chorus line.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. How are you? Na 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 na. It's great to see.
It's really awkward when you have two left feet. Could I get?
You could never make it to
medical-
on a floating palace.
No, but you can make it there. You can make it anywhere.
Make it
It's up to you.
anywhere. Exactly. That's right.
Could I get a medicine check from you?
Medical intellect? Or since I'm searching, or I don't know. If
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you can actually make both intellect and also education because they're slightly different.
Okay, I'll do both then. Any boon? Make sure I'm not on a boon. No boons. Normal.
No.
I do get my pluses though because I've got June and
Yes.
my computers here,
Yes.
so that's +3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you're on the ship. Well, I will say you're gonna have to have a Bane because you do not have a med bay. Once you get that med bay, you could pay 12 million credits to Rachando.
Hold on a second. I wouldn't get a Bane because I don't have my bed day, do I? I mean, I just don't get a boon for it, right? That's what I usually get.
I mean, it's harder because you don't have all the
I'll
equipment,
argue this
you
one.
know.
That
Yeah, I'll
I
take
have
it.
all,
I'll take it.
all my gear. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
but you don't have high-tech medical equipment.
I got that.
Which is
I
good.
know that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shazam!
Ooh, we'll just take that one. So
Everybody,
here's
that's
the
an
thing.
18.
That's an
everyone.
18
Wow, I
out of an
didn't see
8.
it.
Yeah. That's an
Okay.
18.
Just remember, Val only does 2 things right. Well, 3.
Eh,
One of
lie.
them's medicine.
Right, there you go.
So I will tell you
the best
this.
way to put it.
You do not have the medical equipment to really get into this, and you know it. Like, you know that you need to have better diagnostics. You need to have you know that if you had a real med bay, this would be so much easier.
Rub
and you
it
could
in.
do so much better if you had a real med bay. You know,
Somewhere Rachando is laughing, steepling his fingers.
and somewhere Rachando is laughing.
Yeah.
That said, you have, if there's one thing you've done a lot in your life, which is to figure out how to do high level stuff without the gear you need for it. You know what I mean? Like, that is, you are nothing if not resourceful and able to sort of like use spit and twine and figure out how to do the things you need to do, even if you don't have the equipment. And as you are sort of just doing atmospheric pressure tests, comparing it, right, to this is why
Prince
you
would
didn't have
know
the Bane.
June, wouldn't he?
No. Because
Wasn't he injured during the fight? Wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was really injured during the fight and has been in a coma since then.
Coma, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
June, maybe. Remember June? Probably not.
He would
Met
not
her,
have
knew her
met
intimately. Now, no.
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 he-
That's the Harlock,
He
actually.
would not
He's
have,
like, hey,
he
do
would
you
not
know
have
how we-
known her. He would not have known her because he was in a coma from then onwards. A lot of the
Right.
June sort of came in. June got to meet the princess when he was in a coma, we'll call it.
Right, and the queen was killed. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
but let me
so
tell you
when
this.
June comes in, I didn't
Yeah.
want him to be like,
Yeah,
what?
What the fuck? What the hell? Yeah.
But what you would, because you know how you have the baseline of Severance, right? And of course, Severance is like a
There's a
clone,
great
so it should be all-
baseline.
should be a
Great baseline.
bad baseline, right? Baseline is not as off and different as you might
Oh,
as it probably should be.
that's really awesome. Because then you go, oh, everything's normal. Look.
Okay, so physically, there shouldn't be, he's close to, okay, so immediately he starts looking for foreign introduced, like, is there a poison in the system? Is there some type of like, you know,
Didn't we? Yeah, we thought, yeah. Oh, yeah. We
like
sort of knew
gene
this.
type of, like gene type of thing going on here? Like somebody's giving him something.
He reads to you like a clone rather than the original.
Because there were no survivors.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, there were no
Okay.
survivors
That
on
said-
this thing. Right. I completely just remembered because a couple episodes ago you said there was like the way that it went is there were no survivors. There was just like it blew up and like everybody vaporized, but there was one survivor. And it was like,
Yes,
what?
that
And
is
you're
right.
like, the lone heroic survivor, the prince. How? Doesn't matter.
is
Don't worry
correct.
about it. Right.
Don't worry about it.
And now I remember.
Probably,
Perfect.
they probably did find bits of him, is what I would say.
They made sure.
So
they
he's
tried.
not been in a coma. They regrew him.
That would be correct.
Uh-huh.
That would be
That's
what
probably
you're
what
getting.
probably what you're deducing, because you're like, this will be hilarious. Let me look at them. Oh, these are the same. Hold on.
Val's like, when Val faces the prince,
hilarious.
he's like this. Everything looks good, Prince. And he turns back around to the computer screen. He's like,
yeah.
But
like,
the record,
to them, everything's
Yeah.
fine. So Severance, his
Yeah.
numbers and his like thumbs up,
Right.
everything's fine. And then over
right,
here,
even the layman
Prince,
can see that they're
thumbs up.
very close.
Yeah. Anybody else is going, oh yeah, everything's good. But you're going,
And so the
"It shouldn't be
guards
right."
are have this like, they breathe a sigh of relief that like nothing has been found out.
Perfect.
That said, it is a different kind of cloning. You can tell that.
It's
This
poor
is
quality,
clearly-
isn't it?
Well, it's very good quality for regular humans. Like, this was clearly not done by a millennial-old ancient warlord who knows how to do this. I would say this is probably some of the best technology that might exist now, but it's nothing like what Severance is.
I might be
Thank
going
you.
out on a limb here, then I will ask
Mhm.
this. Because he has extensive knowledge of Severance and has for years, is helped Severance quite
Yeah.
a bit. Is there anything that he could do kind of clone specific, like as far as a treatment process or a plan of action that he could help him, like even just with like the stiffness and the pain, you know?
Yeah.
I love this because I was not expecting to go this way. what,
Neither was I, buddy.
what a really cool reveal.
By the way, that's why you don't have the Bane, because you have a Severance. I was like, yeah, no, that's fair. It's because
you were using me as the
Yeah,
baseline,
yeah.
which is amazing. What
Yeah.
a great way
I
to go.
suspected the entire time.
Yeah. Oh
Yes.
god, it was so perfect. What a good lucky cool
So-
setup. Classic Val. What a lucky setup.
I will tell you this, because you studied here. Drinax does not have this technology. Whatever they did, wherever they got the technology
has
to
it?
do this, to clone him, it was not here, because Scholar Voha does not have this technology. If they would have had it, you would have known. So somebody has the technology and they got it from somewhere, but you also know it is clearly not the same kind of advanced technology that brought back Severance. This is, I would say, great technology, but great technology for our world, not the. So it's basically the ancient warlord did not do this. Somebody else did it. Scholar Voha would have to have been involved. In whatever happened, but they got this technology somewhere and it was not here. And in terms of difficulty, this is, it kind of sucks. What you could do, actually, you probably can't fix this. He's going to be in a lot of pain for probably his whole life.
He's not going to
But-
be able to cure the problem. Could he treat some of the symptoms just to give him
Yes.
like a,
Yes.
like a boutique,
Yeah.
like a custom, like,
Yes. Yes, that you can do because you've already done it for Severance, right? You actually have a better sense of how to customize medication for clones. Probably he's taking painkillers and they're just not working. Is probably what's happening at this point in time, because it's not.
That's awesome, because I literally have in the suit, I have Severance's shit
Yes.
already in one of my,
Yep.
in my hypo reel.
Yep.
Can he, with your permission, can he give him one of like the
Yes.
healing shots that I have?
Yes.
The,
Yes,
the
absolutely.
The already doctored clone healing shots. Like,
Yes.
Like I have them
Absolutely.
pre-ready.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, well, I think I've got it. Yeah, the entire like suitcase or med kit, and then there's like, let me just
Yeah.
look over here, and there's masking tape on another med kit that says
Yeah.
Severance's med kit. Yeah,
Right.
And-
right. Exactly.
Of course,
Try
Everything's
something.
red.
yeah.
Is color
It'll be
coded red,
Severance
except
and
for Severance is
Terrica
blue.
now.
Oh yeah, and Terrica, right? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Which has actually
And
been
they-
used more often now. It's like a little bit closer
I think
than
it's safe
regular.
to say that Val is the premier doctor in colonic medicine.
Yeah,
Yes,
colonic,
which is-
I believe.
It's a
Yes,
high
it's
colonic, right?
yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
The guards are going to want to see you put it on Severance first, make sure it's not poison. And once they do, they're like, okay. And you
Yeah,
are able
sure,
to give
whatever.
this sort of like a.
Get it
What,
here.
this
Wait,
I
is
can't give
cocktail.
it to myself; it'll kill me. So I'd be like, Severance.
oh yes, please. Which one is it? Hold on, and I look and make sure that it's the masking tape that says
Yep.
Severance's kit.
Yep.
Oh yes, yeah, perfect. Yeah, okay, go for it.
And when you inject the prince, like everybody's waiting to make sure, and you can see
a pretty risky move because if you weren't certain and he just keels over.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
If I didn't get an 18, I wouldn't have done it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That 18 is a big deal, actually, right?
Yeah.
And you can see there's like a pause, and like the guards are tense. And then after like a couple of moments, you can see it's like you can almost hear his spine relax because his spine was a little fused and not moving, right? And you can kind of see
Classic
some of the
Chloe.
muscles, right? And bits of his body that were rigid and because his whole body's like, right? You can kind of see it beginning to relax. And you can actually see that he's actually getting slightly deeper breaths. And you can see that and you're like, oh, he's not getting enough air, right? Because everything is just so
Then Val would
seized
put his hand on his chest and be like, Your Highness, with your permission. And he would guide him in guided breath for like, just a minute, just to fully expand. No, more, and then just let him.
And so you can see him just like, oh, that's much better. And the guards, it's like, it must have been the atmospherics. Thank you, Dr. Morrissey.
You're quite welcome. Thank you, Your Highness. My Highness. Your Highness. Thank you.
And you can see that he's like reassessing things, right? Like there's like a lot of political maneuverings that's happening in his mind right now. Like, oh, you just helped me out. So what does that mean? What does that mean about my sister? Like there's all this sort of stuff going on. And he goes, well, I will, if you don't mind, I will, be back. Have the Harlock come to visit me in my quarters.
And Your Highness, you may stop by at any time if you feel
Thank
I can
you.
be of service.
You should speak with Scholar Voha. Yes, thank you.
I intend
And
to.
Good. And he just comes in and gives you like a really big handshake, like a really good handshake.
And Val returns the handshake and does the Drinaxian friendship, like just move right in and, just like a dance.
And like there's like a little pause, and then you can see him like as if he hasn't done it in a while, and he does it back, and you can see there's just a little bit more fluidity as the drugs are getting through his system. Custom made for clones. And he sort of has a little bit of a smile, and he walks out with his guards who are like, oh, all right.
And Val winks at the guards as they leave.
And the guards are like they know what's going on. Well, they
don't know how this happened. They're just like,
Right.
What was this, right? They know some stuff, but they don't know what just happened. And
Yeah, you just gave
that's
Professor
mysterious.
Lupin Polyjuice potion, and now he's going to have to come back. Yep.
Quint,
Hi.
you and Wesley are out and about on the floating palace, yeah?
Yeah, because the prince was on the ship, and we were like, we should probably go.
Yeah. So you are with Wesley.
I am with Wesley.
Out in the floating palace. And in the center of the floating palace are these brilliant gardens, right? And this is, there's like this beautiful set of gardens. There's this amazing, super tall sort of special board game that they play, but now with like, meter tall stone pieces, all like this beautiful kind of, almost like a sculpture, right? But it's still actually part of this game that they play, granite. And you can see people are beginning to gather for this ceremony. And as you are sort of making your way there, and you can see everybody is wearing whites and golds, like the whole
So are
place.
we.
Yeah. And then you can see this person, all
if
dressed in
it's,
black.
I was gonna say, if it's the Duke, I did message with Ari, and Terrica said that they would have sent the color thing to the Duke, so he wouldn't embarrass himself at the funerals.
Yeah,
'Cause he
and
wouldn't
there
embarrass
was
himself.
there were some other things that you asked for too, like a list of supplies and So there's been a lot of and when Terrica sent the list, they would have put a note that's like, I didn't take the red roses as surrender, but I thought you would like to know what all of this means because it has a lot of meaning here. That kind of thing. It would have been a very nice, like, diplomatic, more of from a like kind friend perspective than anything else.
Right. Oh, well, he did not know some of those things. He did not know that that's what that meant. He did not know that was surrender. So, not wearing black in this case because
Not
he
wearing
did get
black.
the word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You see him wearing mostly like it's he had a lot of black. So
Yeah, because that's
yeah.
the Imperial and Soleimani mourning colors, and he's mourning his mother, and yeah.
Yes.
But
So he had
I'm
a lot
sure
of
he would
black.
have had a white suit, just because diplomacy and things. Maybe.
White,
He
no,
could have
but he's got like a
acquired
white
one.
jacket, white shirt. He's got
Okay.
like
He's got white.
with some gold brocade. The pants are black, but like there's not much you can do about that one. And you can see him making a beeline toward you both.
Okay. Oh boy.
Yeah, very quickly.
Okay. I'll just say, stay cool, Wesley.
And you can see
Because
you can
he
just
got all
feel
worked
Wesley
up last
tense up.
time.
Oh no, he's getting worked up. You can tell it. And like you can tell it. Wesley's like,
Yeah.
and the prince like walks up, bows. Pardon me. You could you step away and give us some moments to speak by ourselves? He says to Wesley. And Wesley does not look like he's going to go anywhere. And
Wesley, could you get me a drink of water, please?
You say so. I'm just going to
I'd
go
be
right
very
over there.
appreciative.
And he points to a place where he can still look at you both. And he says that.
Yeah, I imagine
the
it's like
Duke.
there's like a refreshments table.
Yes.
Like for people to
Yeah.
get water and
Yeah.
Because you
And
can't.
Wesley's
You don't
sort
want
of like-
people fainting from dehydration and stuff. That'd be awkward.
Right? And, and Wesley sort of like walks over there, but you can tell that he's just like giving the stink eye to the Duke.
Absolutely. Which is why I told him to be cool before.
Yeah, it's not going to be. Quint,
Caspian.
I read your letter.
Good. I was hoping you would, which is why I sent it.
Well, I didn't want to read a Dear John letter, but it turns out that wasn't what it was.
Oh no, I hate that trope. You know this.
Well, how much do I know about you actually after all?
More than probably anyone else.
I don't know how much of what we shared was true and how much was a lie.
I can understand where you're coming from. And I am deeply sorry.
Question to Ari.
Yes.
Did you share with him the marriage contract?
Ooh.
We
That would
haven't
have to be sent over.
I don't
So you
think
haven't
he and I have
spoken
had that
personally.
discussion yet. They
Nope.
they did tell him that they wanted to have the discussion,
I
and I
do
think
have
they
a question
meant
before
to,
you.
but they got
Before you,
sidetracked.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did you tell Quint the marriage contract terms? Because we were in the office at the same time,
Oh, that's right, yeah.
looking at the
Yeah, that's
contract.
right.
Oh yeah. I don't think Terrica would have hidden it, but I think it would have been more in a like as they were reading through the contract, it would have been less of a intentional telling and more of a "Are you kidding me right now?" Like as they're
Oh,
reading
so Quint
through
would
the
know.
like children and everything.
Quint
like
would
that.
have informed you after a glance reading the contract that Caspian would immediately want to call this off if he saw the contract.
And so Terrica wants to have a conversation with him. I'll leave it at that.
Excellent.
You could just send this to him and he'll be like, no. Like that would be
Oh wait, Quint would say that?
absolutely.
Would Quint have said that then?
Quint would absolutely have said that. Oh, he would. He saw these terms. He would absolutely call it off. That's absolutely not, I think is what he would say.
I mean, well, we'll see what happens. But Terrica's intention at this time is to share the contract with him
Have
and
a
have a frank
conversation.
conversation. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep. Quint, I am still betrothed to Liege Terrica. It was the last wish of my mother before she was murdered.
I recommend taking a look at the contract before going through with it.
I'm sure it's fine. My mother's a
Quint
skilled
can't
negotiator.
help it but is like this, like, oh. Like, that is the face.
But let me ask you, do you love me?
I'm gonna make a roll. It's just gonna be, I don't know, I'm just gonna roll 2d6. Oh, fuck, okay. Pretty cool.
Double sixes. Nice.
Pretty cool. That's a crit.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh,
Wes is over there side-eyeing.
Side-eyeing. It seems to be going cordial, so I imagine he's just sitting there very slowly pouring water.
Mm-hmm. And he probably has the water already poured, just waiting for the signal, you know?
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's Wesley. Imagine he's just kind of repouring, like just topping off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't know what to do with himself. He's still young. Quint would kind of look a bit taken aback by his forwardness.
Remember when I said he might be doing something rash that you picked up on that? Yeah. Go ahead. Uh-huh.
Okay, cool, great.
I said you picked up that he was going to do something rash, perhaps.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Quint would... I think Quint's gonna be honest. That was a roll to see if Quint can stick to being the let's be honest now plan with the people we like. And it's going to say yes. I would say yes.
Then run away with me.
What?
Run away with me.
I don't think that would be great for either of us.
I don't care. Let's get married and go.
Where?
Anywhere. We could go to anywhere. We can't go back to Solomani space. You're wanted there.
Can't go back to Solomani space. Imperial space is iffy.
Well, I'm going to be in the moot. Come with me. If I marry you, you'll be a duchess. We'll go to capital, and we'll build a life.
As tempting as that sounds.
Say yes. There's no reason for you to say no.
I will say not right now.
Why?
There are very important things that I have to do.
We can do them together. I'll join you, whatever it is you're doing.
I do not think you want to join me for these things that need doing.
If you need... What is love? Love is being there for the person you love and not running. If you have something you need to do, I will do it by your side. I've got my ship here. We can go wherever you need to go. And I can protect you from whatever people are coming after you, this weirdo Marrymore.
He's very much a weirdo, yes.
Well, I am a very good fencer, and I could defeat him in a duel with no problem.
Why don't
Think
we have
about
a
it.
conversation? I will think about it, and we should talk more later. You should also speak with Terrica, because you really should annul that contract, lest someone else get their hands on it.
I was thinking we would just escape, you and I, without dealing with that, actually.
I'm trying to be more responsible.
Oh, I was thinking about being irresponsible. I've been responsible my whole life. And maybe I should be less responsible. Maybe we should just
I suppose
live our
responsible isn't the
lives.
right word. I am trying to be more accountable. I've always been responsible.
And he takes a step towards you,
Mm-hmm.
getting close into your personal space.
Yeah, getting in that bubble.
Yeah. And as he does, you hear, "Ha, ha, ha," and like, and
Wesley's
just
here
starts,
with a tall glass of water.
yeah. And it just kind of like steps in between you two. Well, here, and just like steps in between you, then turns around so that his back is towards Caspian. Here's your water. The ceremony's going to start real soon. We'd probably better go.
Quint can't help it, but like a corner just raises because bless his heart, bless Wesley's heart, bless both their hearts right now. Honestly, a little bit. And I'll take the. Thank you, Wesley. Caspian, we should talk after the funerals. I also have an invitation to an event that I am going to be doing here on Drinax, and I would like you to attend.
All right, I shall. And Wesley is just right in between you
And
two.
Quint is gonna be like, this might be a mistake, but I can always change my number later and give him my number, basically.
And he nods and goes, I will see you. And like Wesley's just right there.
Yeah,
like,
Wesley's right, imagine like just kind of like.
Yep.
Yeah, like this is my friend.
Yep, that's
What are you
exactly
gonna
right.
do
There's
about
a bit of protectiveness from the
Absolutely.
18-year-old.
Wesley's trying to act like the bestie, and I'm here for it.
Yeah. And Caspian's like, well, I have the one of the suites meant for guests. If you do not wish to spend time on that ship, you can spend the evening at my suite.
Thank you for the invitation.
We can then speak if you like. And if you're not on that ship. And then he just stops because he's like, Wesley's right there. And so he's like, I cannot finish this conversation with this kid right here.
This may be 18-year-old.
Yep. And Wesley's like, well, we better go. Looking at Caspian.
Yes, Wesley, you're probably right. I just like I'll give like a Terran bow.
With a bit of relaxation, he gives you a Terran bow, like, oh, thank goodness, something that I know.
The old Terran goodbye.
The Duke. And he goes, well, I will see you. I have my ship is ready. And he just stops, and he's like, no, Wesley's here. I can't say anything.
And then I'll do the bow, and then Wesley and I will go, and I'm gonna drink half that glass of water. But Wesley, did they have anything stronger than water over there?
I wasn't looking, but maybe.
Let's go look. Let's go take a look.
Okay.
I'll just finish the water and be like, they have booze. And booze sounds real good right now.
And
I don't know if Drinaxian funerals are dry.
No.
Dry Naxian funeral.
No.
Yeah, otherwise it'd be wet Naxian.
Woo!
Oh. The
Cool.
Fanfare begins.
Oh, fuck. That waits till after.
And people begin milling. And all of the various members of the society start to congregate in the hanging gardens of Drinax for the funeral rites.
Trooper, would you remind me, is this the sun goddess who primarily does the funeral rites? Priestess, sorry,
Yes.
thank you. Sun priestess
Yep.
who primarily, yeah. And so like the the interviews that Terrica did in sort of like following their papa's footsteps, that was all primarily to set up everything around the ceremony, right?
Yeah, that's right. Make sure who's going to be there, who wants to speak, there's all the protocol. And so everyone is expected to be there at the grand funeral for all those who have been lost. And every single person on the floating palace is here. All 50 or so thousand people are all congregated in some way or another, watching as there is the grand platform. And as this moment, as the king stands, the princess is there, the prince is there, somewhat distressed not to have his wife, the Harlock, with him, does not know where the Harlock is, and everyone else is present. The Sun Priestess, all dressed in black and blue, and all of the nobles, which is everybody, of course, obviously, the foreign dignitaries, and there's a special place for those who are related to those lost on the upper platform. And as everyone stands gathered for this funeral, waiting for it to begin, we're going to take our break. It is our 10-minute break. When we return, all of our gamblers will have a bit of a funeral and say goodbye to those who were lost. Stretch your legs, drink some water, and when we return, we'll find out what is said about those who have been lost. We'll see you in, we'll see you in 10, everybody. And
we're going to have some fune.
Yeah, we're going to have some fune.
That's right.
Lots of fune.
Have lots of fune.
Fun at funeral. Woo.
Yeah. And welcome back. They're not there. There we go. It takes, for some reason, it's taking a second for everything to pop back up. Welcome back, everybody, for our the second half of session 4 of season 6 of The Gamblers. So we are at this funeral. Everyone on the floating palace is present. Everyone, including a number of, there's some Vespexers there, Chieftain Gaux is there, all of everybody is there. Well, Lord Rax is not there, he's in prison. There might be a couple of other people missing, but there are just so many people there. Some people might have been doing some other things right now. I wouldn't worry about it. Or do. I don't know. And as we are there, I will also note, for the record, the missing crew, Terrica's missing crew, are not officially dead necessarily. They just might be kidnapped. We don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We still need to talk to the reporter who has been in that area. Well, Terrica wants to. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
I mean, the reporter is covering the funeral because,
Oh, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at the funeral, everyone's looking well. I mean, everyone's mood. Yeah, everyone looks a bit
almost everyone's
dirty.
looking well. Some people look like diamonds.
and other people are in jail.
They're looking sharp.
Yes.
And of course you could see the big, huge Aslan princess. Like everybody is around there. Everybody's sort of hanging out. It's like a big, massive ceremony.
Yeah.
And the Sun Priestess is there. And those of you who are from Drinax might see the same thing you've seen before, but in a different context. People who are not from Drinax, again, everybody's wearing, not everybody, but there's a lot of Viridian here. The crown has Viridian in it.
Interesting.
Right? The king's crown has Viridian. The Sun Priestess's scepter has Viridian. Like, the jewelry on the hilts of their ancestral blades, also Viridian. People have these crests, these family crests,
That's
also
amazing.
Viridian. Or maybe sometimes it's emeralds if they didn't actually could actually get Viridian. But there's a lot of what is maybe emeralds, but maybe Viridian in a lot of the ceremonial and official ancestral items of this culture. And I think for a lot of time people might have just thought it was emeralds. But when you look, you're like, oh no, actually this is Viridian, right? These are all of these people of these things of office, right? But these things of office, well, they have all the Viridian, they just don't have the population. So everybody sort of stands. And there is a moment when the Sun Priestess steps forward. And the Sun Priestess, she's black with like deep skin, dark skin, and she is fully rained in the colors of mourning, the colors of argent and gold. And she has got like a stole in brown to mark transitions from life and death. And as she sort of steps forward on the high platform, Terrica is expected to be on the platform, like, as well, to step forward. But basically the close families are meant to be up there. Steps forward, and she speaks. As she sort of waits, the music sort of swirls. The music of, there's like some musicians who are also nobles. Everyone is.
There was a noble.
Right, and they play this funereal march. As she steps forward. The sun of Drinax gives us life. Without the sun, spirits die and rest in shadow. But with too much sun, the earth cracks and dries. It is both life and death, sun and shadow, always in a dance. Always in a dance. We here on Drinax have known loss unimaginable. And what we can do always is remember and honor those we've lost. I'm not the king at the moment. Any loss, any death, is the loss of the possibility of long lines of joy, of hope. The loss of one is the loss for all of us. Drinax only survives because each one of us remains and contributes. One more step, one more piece of granite to build a tower wherein all of us can thrive. And each loss is a tragedy. But one is never lost when one is remembered. And so we inter all of those lost, and we turn them into diamonds. A diamond that will glitter, will remain embedded in the walls of the palace, so that as we walk through these golden streets, we never forget all of the sacrifices made before us. Each one of us here who mourns, mourns not alone, for each one of us mourns. Each one of us has loss. Today, in this moment, we mourn the loss of two of the great houses. And we mourn the loss also for possibilities that could have been. We mourn the loss of Lady Hill and her beloved spouse, Lord of Hill, taken from us by a greedy assassin who wished only to harm, exploit, and destroy. Rudolf Rucker, a murderer, an exploiter, and someone cruel, who, as we speak, is being sent back to Asim, the planet that first sparked off the destruction of Drinax when it was invaded by the Aslan so many centuries ago. He shall get justice. The Toaxes will make sure of it. But this is not a time to think of justice. This is a time to think of loss, of the transition from this life to the next. It is the time to remember so that what has died may be reborn. We must all, in this moment, send our thoughts to those who are gone. And you can see that she has this long sort of scepter with this very large piece of viridian in it. And the scepter itself is sort of white gold and gold with this bright, fairly large chunk of viridian in the head of it. We must together send all of our energy into the thoughts of those lost. There is one who shall speak first on their loss, the direct descendant of this line, the one who most has within them the memories and the hopes of the Rappenhausen line, the one who carries within them all of the hopes and possibilities of what was once there, and that as their parents transition from this life to the next, so does that hope transition from them to their child. And so their child steps forward to mourn the loss, but to rebuild the future. Liege Terrica of House Rappenhausen, you are invited to speak and to be the focus for all of us in this moment, to reflect on your parents and to wish them the journey to the sun. Liege Terrica.
If Val would have stepped up with Terrica up to the dais, then they'll let go of Val's hand at that point so that they can step forward. And they'll clasp their hands in front of them very carefully and stand as still as they possibly can before saying, "No one ever expects to lose family in this way. But my mind goes back to what has been. And it goes, the legacy of Lady Hill was information. Gathered information that could divide or unite, but always informed. And the legacy of Lord Hill was to unite us. He knew exactly that you liked one ice cube in your wine, Lord Vicar, and that you enjoyed your games of granite, playing as stone first. Lady Carthen. He knew exactly what mattered to each of us, and he found a way to connect us more deeply and more wholly. And that is what we need. To be connected to each other. To find family that's not just blood, but that's more than that. That's not just that's not just Drinax, but is also a seam. To embrace those who may not have a lineage, but who have a heart, who like to drink their wine with one ice cube. So today, as we think about honoring my parents, I ask that we carry forward the unity together. And then they'll just take a step back very carefully and thread their fingers through Val's again if he's right there.
The people hum this sort of in remembrance. At Terrica, you can feel your brooch beginning to warm as all of this concentrated memory and energy is being channeled through the people here, through your brooch, and also most likely through the scepter of the Sun Priestess. This is a mass ceremony full of people, all of whom have energy, and all of whom right now are being focused specifically to remember these people, and all of that energy is moving through Viridian.
Can Terrica intentionally send it to Drinax?
That is where it's going.
Okay, perfect.
That is what
zaps up.
Yeah, that is what
Yeah.
this is what a funeral ceremony does, and it is this moment that you realize it actually, right? That this is actually what this is doing, and this is what it always does, and this is what it has been doing forever. This is actually the purpose of the Sun Priestess, whether she knows it or not, and it is also the purpose of anyone who is a conduit. At the moment, it's you, because everyone is focusing on you as the heir of Rapenhausen. And so all of their thoughts and their well wishes, and as the priestess calls them to concentrate and to think and to imagine, and as you spoke and everyone focused and concentrated on you, all of that thought is being channeled through you and the Sun Priestess. And you know it's going to Drinax. And you can feel it in your heart. Then a very old woman shows up. She steps forward. the Grand Lady von Graville, the Terrica's father's mother.
Terrica will take a step forward and then stop when they see the Grand Lady. They don't let go of Val's hand.
The Grand Lady is like 4'7", and very, very, quite short, but very big, if you know what I mean, in terms of gravitas, right? And she's this very wrinkled Asian woman with like red hair with sort of like gray all through it. And she steps forward. My son should be remembered. Hoshi von Graville of Hill. He fought in the war to liberate a seam alongside the prince and the queen. A member of the Star Guard flying in those wings. Gaudy sorts of things, aren't they? And when he left the war, he dedicated his life, not as a man of war, but a man of peace, to raise his child, Terrica, to make sure each one of us, if we had petty squabbles, he would counsel us. And if we needed to be married, he would make the contract. He was a little boy once. And when he was a little boy, he always dreamed of things that were romantic. He loved the stories of floating castles. Honor mattered quite a bit to him. Chivalry, love. He believed in the best of people. And he believed you should never abandon someone that you love fiercely, and that perhaps your love could be enough to make someone better than they once were, to make them their best selves. Drinax will be less without his presence, without him making tea and laughing as he used to do as a little boy in the hallways. I will never be the same. Parents are supposed to go before their children. And it is my deepest sorrow that is not the case today. House von Graville mourns deeply, and we send our thoughts of our son to the sun and back. We commit our thoughts, and may the sun greet our son. Here in his death his name is reclaimed. Hoshi von Graville, he is remembered. And so send our thoughts to the sun, and may the sun greet him, and may the shadow keep him warm. And people hum as she sort of steps back, and her surviving children sort of take her elbow and move her off the platform as people concentrate. And she is wearing the brooch of House von Greville. And it glows in that moment so subtly. Most people don't even really notice. It looks like it's just glinting in the light. But those who know what, those of you here who know what Viridian actually does can recognize its listening. And one by
Right.
one...
Glasses don't, though, right?
No, they do not.
Okay.
The glasses do not. But you do have at the moment... Oh, no. I don't know who has brought Lord Rax's... If anyone's brought Lord Rax's rapier with them. I believe Val currently has it on him, does he not? The hilt of
Right.
that throbs just a little bit, right, in this process.
Then-
Why are we
and-
giggling? Why are we giggling at hilt throbbing? What was that about? Why would anybody do that?
I giggle when anything throbs.
Right.
He's
Perfect.
holding on to
Same.
Terrica's hand, and the other hand he places kind of like over the hilt, just kind of cups it a bit.
Yeah.
Cupping the throbbing hilt.
Mm-hmm. One by one, people come up to speak for Lord Hill, Hoshi von Greville. Each one of his siblings speaks. Most people come up to speak. It's a long ceremony where people come forward and speak of their memories of him and what he did for them. And with each time there's the call that the sun greet him and that we concentrate and focus our memories on him to send him forward. And nobody speaks for Lady Hill. Nobody remembers Lady Hill. No one steps forward to send a memory of her to the sun. But memories are sent to the sun for Hoshi over and over and over. Stories of how he helped someone here or helped someone there. And with each story, those memories are sent to the sun. I would say they're sent to the sun, but really they're sent to Drinax. The way that they speak is that they send it to the sun, but really it's being channeled into the planet. These memories. And no one speaks for Lady Hill. The ceremony goes on and on. It's like 2 hours at this point. 2 hours of, and it's actually quite tiring. All of you lose a psionic point, by the way.
Okay.
Through
We sent it to
this
Drinax.
process.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, yeah. All of you lose a psionic point as you send it to Drinax.
Checks out.
Yeah, when I go to funerals too, I also get exhausted with the psionic points.
Yeah.
I mean,
That and graduations too. Oh, jeez.
how do you feel about investitures?
We'll see.
And as it's ending, there's this sort of like awkwardness, as everyone has spent so much time and energy to send Hoshi to the sun to be
Are
greeted.
psionic points are psionic strength? I'm sorry to interrupt. that amazing-
They're the
You're
same,
saying? Okay,
right? They are the same, except that
Yeah,
they
yeah.
come back.
Okay, sorry.
It is nearing the end of the ceremony. And there's this sort of waiting to see if anyone else will step forward to remember anyone.
Terrica doesn't move.
Is this like the time of the funeral? And I don't want to,
Yes.
like where it's like you do your own thing. You go up and you kind of,
Yes.
say goodbye and all that. It's not
Yeah.
the formal kind of declarations are over. Okay.
Well,
Um,
all of these things are actually sort of public because it is actually about focusing group energy. So even your sort of private thing has a sort of a public function to it, if that makes any sense, right? There's like it's a communal amplification of energy. So even if you do your thing privately, it is still performed publicly so that everyone can concentrate on you when you do so. Which is, there's not a lot of privacy on this place, right? And that's something that you would notice, that there's just isn't a lot of privacy in this place, and everything is sort of done publicly in this sort of
Everyone is
very
mic'd.
Yeah, everyone is mic'd. Everyone is mic'd basically all the time. And everybody's amplified. And when you are up there, there is it's actually quite intense, right? Because all of you who have some Viridium on you, you can feel like these waves of energy moving through you, like electricity over your body. And Severence does not have any Drinaxian Viridium on him at the moment. Oh, no, you do. You actually do, because you have Lord Rax's brooch, as a matter of fact.
A light up badge. Okay.
So you do actually feel it, right? That there is something actually sort of electrifying
somewhere. Yeah.
about this process that it's just like, basically, you've got like 50,000, 100,000 psionic points that are going through your bodies and being sent into the planet, which is way more than a regular person could ever hold. You just explode, right?
Perfect.
But it's like, you can just imagine all of this energy being sent through you as everyone concentrates on you. And the more that people speak, it can kind of diffuse it a little bit, right? If you're a person who speaks who is a conduit, so that not one person has to hold everything, which would be probably a bit too much. But you are all throbbing together. Hey!
I think
Terrica
does step forward like a couple times to just share additional stories about Lord Hill, but they no longer call him Lord Hill. They just call him Papa every time.
Yeah.
But they never share a story about Lady Hill.
And no one does?
No one does.
Yikes. I think I would, and it's been a few times I've gone to a Drinaxian funeral, or mythematic. I think Severance has been to a Drinaxian funeral like a handful of times. And usually he does this, where he just sort of is quiet, because it's different than a Vespexian funeral.
Yeah. There's like similarities, like there's like echoes of each other.
Right. Yeah, because like there was obviously one that came first, and then another one is some sort of evolution of the other. So it is similar, but so it's sort of easy for him to sort of fall into it. But I think right now he's realizing that no one, in about 2 hours, and no one's talking about Lady Hill, and that is like, oh shit, like that's oops. And I think that not necessarily like is affecting him, but he's like waiting for someone to, like when someone goes to say something, oh, okay, this is it. Oh, never, okay. Oh, this, oh, okay. It doesn't. I think it surprised him that there is no one that wishes to speak of the memory, because everyone has at least a couple of friends or something.
Oh, I got something. I'm just waiting for the air to clear a little.
And what I would say is,
until
the lack of speaking is unusual, and it's not done right. People speak about the memories of someone, and it's part of the ritual of laying someone to rest. Speaking of their memories helps lay them to rest. It helps send them to the sun. But no one's doing that for Lady Hill.
And just for the record, Terrica's been saying the words into the sun. Remember, they like back in the day, they were, as soon as they had the clones, they started saying the words for the sun. They started saying the words for
not for Lady
Lord
Hill.
Hoshi, but not for Lady Hill.
Nope. So that's again, no one is saying the names into the sun for Lady Hill for quite some time. And I turn this over to Val. Unless, but I will say that you are correct, Severance. This is maybe not that comfortable, right? That no one has said anything to lay this ghost to rest, to allow them to carry on.
It almost like there is a moment, I think, where Severance feels like, boy, do I wish I had literally anything to say about this person. And there's could be, and it may not be just Severance that is thinking that, But there is a moment where it's like, boy, this is awkward that there is no end.
Yeah.
And, like,
And I
I
will
wish
note
I could
that people
help.
place flowers, right? They place flowers,
Which are made of glass.
Right, and they're either white or yellow, right? These sort of like these glass flowers, and everyone sort of places these white flowers before the diamond that would be Lord Hill, right? Hoshi, and there's like a bit of a ritual to that, and everybody always watch to see if anyone will put something on Lady Hill's diamond. There's something about everybody watching to see who does what. Right?
Of course.
Who will do something? Who's going to do it? Who's going to say something about Lady Hill? Right? There's like this, and
It's always a dance up here.
there's always a dance,
Yeah.
and people are watching, and the prince is watching, and there are politics here about who will honor whom publicly. If anybody puts a glass flower before the diamond that is Lady Hill, which some people do because they clearly have to, because they're the prince, right? They're the king. They have
obligation.
to. There are certain obligations that you have to. And it's at this moment only the prince, the princess, and the king have done so. And they put
Who is
yellow
the first
glass.
one to?
The king.
Okay.
And the king breaks it, and then the prince and the princess do, and they only put yellow glass flowers there by the diamond, which is a lesser mourning, right? White is like a devastation of mourning, and the yellow is a
I was like, yeah, sorry. Sorry I had to go.
right.
Oh, geez.
Oh, you passed.
Yeah,
Oopsie doodle
I
daisy.
see you go. Oops.
And there's like a huge sort of mountain of white glass flowers. And like maybe 1 or 2 yellow glass flowers there for Lord Hill, and there's 3 yellow glass flowers for Lady Hill from the king, the princess.
Even sending
and the
them off
prince.
is a popularity contest. You know, it's just like not even the mountain of glass flowers difference, just the fact that they have they have 2 separate flowers for who you like more. It's just it's absolutely, it's nuts. It's batshit. Anyway, I love it.
But also, on the other hand, you can also show how you've transitioned yourself. Like you might be wearing white when somebody you really care about dies, and then after a few years, you might start wearing yellow to sort of note your sort of progression.
That you're over it. That you don't care about them anymore.
You're over it.
You're over it.
I no longer. It's fine.
It's fine.
No, I mean, you're still mourning them, just a little bit more distant, you know?
I see that you haven't washed your shirt. Yeah, I'm over it now.
That's where it came from. The white just got really frayed and old, and they were like, "Oh, now that's the lesser mourning."
I'm a new person. Yeah, my flower's wilting. You mean your collar? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's better not to just have one funeral for one person, but you know they are a couple, so there you go. And Lady Hill's the one who was more important, but not getting.
I just love it's just the pettiness of being like, which flower are you going to give who?
I mean, also, what color are you wearing, right? What flower are you going to give? What color are you wearing?
Yeah.
There's a,
Wow.
and yeah.
Hate it. I love it.
Val.
Val's gonna wait for it to clear out a little bit. I'm assuming I'm trying to understand the entire funereal process. Is there like a measure of time where they're kind of like laid in state? I know at this point have they been
diamonds.
already? They're in diamonds, right? But the diamonds are still loose, right? They're like
yes.
Right. Okay.
They've not yet been buried into the walls.
Right.
Okay.
Waiting for the heist to happen.
Steal those people.
Maybe if you hit the palace with a laser.
Yeah, sure.
They're waiting to see how the final
do
tally
that.
pulls out, right?
Remember,
Take these and sell them.
It's about 12 hours.
49,997 roses to 3.
Yeah.
I'm afraid you have been voted out of the station. And you just throw it in the airlock.
Yeah.
The tribe is
I don't think Terrica laid any roses at all yet. Because
Yeah.
I don't think they would put any in front of Lady Hill, and they know what that's going to look like. So I think they just didn't bring a rose.
Yeah.
Nice.
The king will say something, but the king is going to wait till last. So the question becomes, does Val say anything before or after the king? The king basically ends it, if you know what I mean.
I gotcha. This is for
Yeah.
Lady Hill and Val.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's why
So
Val
you're waiting.
Val sussed out
Yeah.
the room, didn't like the acoustics, and is going to wait.
Yeah.
You're not going to drunkenly try out your new stand-up routine?
You should.
All right,
I
everyone.
know. I
well,
know.
we're
I have a
moving-
really tight 3 minutes, but I'm just not ready yet.
All right, everyone. I got it. Is this thing on? Perfect.
By the way, anyone who is in the Gambler crew, like Wesley, Quint, Severence, Val, whoever wanted to go up and stand on the diocese with Terrica would have brought them up there. It would have been
Okay. Thank you.
Want is an interesting word. There's also obligations. Wesley's should be up there whether he wants to be there or not.
But Terrica would
As
give him the
ward.
choice. Like Terrica would have been like, "Here's the expectation, but if you don't want to stand up here, that's fine." Like,
Oh,
it would have
if
been
there's an expectation, he's just going to do it. Once you're told, he's told that it's an expectation, he's just going to
Yep.
do it because
That's Wesley. Yep.
that's Wesley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is the majority? This is really interesting. Where
I'm
is the
not knighted.
majority
I'm
of
down in the-
our?
Crowd.
So you're down in with the people. You're with the
Yeah,
you're with the mouth breathers.
I'm a filthy peasant. Why would I be up
Yeah.
there?
Okay. And Val, you are up there with Terrica.
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Or
And
Val is.
Terrica's
Excuse
obviously
me.
up
I'm
there,
not. I'm
right?
right here.
Yeah. Wow. How could you be there? All right. And then so we have Wesley. I'm just because I think I would be where the majority is, not necessarily because I would. I think Severance wants to stay off of the dais, but because he doesn't want to upstage, right? This isn't about him.
Yeah.
This isn't his ceremony.
Yeah.
This isn't his family. He is here to pay
he is
respects.
technically Terrica's dad, so
Yes.
But nobody knows that.
and- right. And we haven't had that scene yet. And then, and we never will. So I mean, like this, I think he wants to sort of be hidden in the crowd, wherever the crowd may be. If his people are all up on the stage, he'll be all up on the stage too, because maybe someone will be like, oh yeah, you're with the group on the stage, whatever. But if he was the only person off being like, no, you guys all do it, then people are going to be like, why is he not up there? And then he just doesn't want to turn heads. He's going where the majority is. So if there is more of our crew on the dais, he'll be on the dais. But other than that, he doesn't, like I said, he doesn't want to at all take any attention from something that isn't necessarily his. And he wants to keep that respect, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
then I suppose I should give you a couple of other pieces because this will be important near the end.
Okay.
The prince steps forward.
Oh. This is a loose cannon.
And the prince says, I am saddened that Lord Rax could not be here today. Lord Hill was my best friend. We served together in the war. Lord Rax, Lord Hill, myself, his sister. There was a group of us, a fearsome 5, and we were very close. We were. Lord Hill believed in honor, honesty, and doing the right thing. He stood for what was the best of Drinax. The hope, the dream, the honor, the desire to do things in the sun and not in the shadow. The desire to bring Drinax back to rebirth as a garden of peace and kindness and joy. Lord Rax, were he here, would surely say the same, to honor Lord Hill. Lord of Hill. I have lost a dear friend in this moment, and I am certain that Lord Rax, were he here, would say the same. In this moment we put to rest, and we send the memory into the sun of one of our great, honorable heroes who represent everything that is good and kind about what Drinax could be and was. As we wonder what the future of Drinax will be, I commit my memory of Lord of Hill to the sun, and I hope that all of us Drinaxians on the surface and in the palace will remember what Drinax should be. It should be like Lord of Hill. And it is our responsibility to ensure that we will be like Lord of Hill. That we will not let ourselves down and follow the wrong example. Take into your heart what we should aspire to be, and do not tolerate anything that would dishonor the memory of Lord of Hill. I cast his memory to the sun, and I, as your prince, hope that each and every Drinaxian here will cast your heart with him to the sun, and when it returns around in 48 days, that you recommit to a Drinax of honor. Thank you. And he places his white glass rose before Lord Hill's diamond, and no rose before Lady Hill. And the crowd has a bit of a weird tone to it as he steps back onto the platform. And people look to the princess because she should speak now. And she steps forward because she clearly needs to at this moment. And you can tell that she maybe does not want to be speaking at all, that this is now something that she does not want to do, but she feels that perhaps she has to because he just did a whole bunch of things, as a bunch of the crowd is like, oh yeah, the prince, oh yeah, oh, the prince, what a great leader, how inspiring is he, wow, he's so great. And he's
Could
like,
Val catch the princess's gaze real quick? Like
yes,
if
absolutely. Oh, because she's not looking good about this at all, because that was not the kind of funeral speech she was expecting. She did not like the tone of that speech, and she was not necessarily preparing to say anything, right? And he's 20 years older than she is, right? Like, he's actually quite a bit older than she is. He is also not the heir because he's been in a coma for a while. So, coma. She is currently the heir.
If Val can catch the princess's gaze,
oh, yeah,
he gives her like a nod, like, no matter what you say, it's the right thing. You've got this. Just look at us. And he kind of indicates Terrica as well, you know.
Can I get a roll?
Oh,
for me?
Yes, please.
What would you like? Medicine? Absolutely.
Social
Is
standing.
Sue nearby?
Sue is in the arm. Social standing, and whatever you would like to help inspire the princess. It could be diplomacy. It could be persuade.
Okay. Whoops, I goofed up. I will do.
You're wanting to, because she's in a bad position right now, actually, because somebody, her
Boone, normal,
brother.
Bane.
Normal.
Normal.
Can Terrica help with this? Otherwise, I have
Well,
something else. But
You're helping the princess. These are all roles to help the princess, is what this
right.
is.
So I'm trying to say if I can aid Val's role. Otherwise, I want to do telepathy. But
Okay,
whichever
yes.
door.
You can either aid Val, you can aid the princess directly, whichever you wish.
Mine's an aid to the princess, correct?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yours is an aid to the princess.
I'll do the aid to the princess in a bit.
Okay,
I'm assuming no modifiers for this. Is straight roll, right?
straight roll. Okay, +1.
Woo! Skin of my teeth.
Terrica, what about you?
They want to send Rao. They want to send Rao not the memory, but the feeling of that first time after Rao got done speaking, and the entire crowd had like turned toward her and aligned behind her. They want to empower her with that, like that feeling of both like there's the balance in that feeling, right? There's the balance of, oh God, all of these people are following me, and what if I mess it up?
Yeah.
But there's also the like empowering of all of those people following, and the okay, this is the best possible decision that can be made. So it's more leaning toward that feeling of the best possible decision that can be made than the, oh God, all these people are following me. But it's coming from that memory.
Yeah. And I will note the prince looks better than he has in a while. He was a lot, because it's been a bit harder for him to like rally a lot of support since he's been so stiff and weird. But he's looking much better, a bit more relaxed. Probably won't last forever, but right now it's working.
Ayo, somebody helped him.
Yeah. Ada's like, wait a minute, who's on the princess side? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Clearly Lord Rax. A number of people in the military are on the princess side, as a matter of fact.
Koshi was on the princess side.
Lord Hill and Lord Here's family on the princess. There are a number of people who are in the military who are super behind the prince right now. You can tell. Yep.
But you know who the prince and princesses both like? This guy.
That is true. That is true. Could I get your telepathy roll?
Here we go. Oh no.
You're down by 2.
Let's throw some luck in there.
Okay. If you spend 2, you get the princess gets a +1. If you spend 3, the princess gets a +2.
We'll spend 3.
I will note that. Hey, Quint.
Hey,
Do you have recon?
I do not.
Would you roll it anyway?
I sure can. Let's see. Recon
Jack
what?
of all trades, that shit.
I am.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Intellect, because you're perceiving.
Cool.
And you get a boon for this, by the way.
Oh, God,
For
okay.
reasons that I will tell you once you roll.
Oh, I hate that. Difficulty 8. I got a 9. Oh boy.
Would you like to know why you have a boon?
Oh, sure.
Because you've heard people talking when you walked. Remember when you walked around the floating palace?
I
and got a sense
did
of
walk around and got all the goss, the hot
population?
goss. Yeah. Because they were like, we don't
you-
care. You're not one of us. We can talk about shit.
And you see those people who are talking smack about the princess and saying that the prince should be in charge of things. You see them nodding along with the prince, and you start seeing. You're like, oh.
Okay.
You also see that every single time that the prince mentioned Lord Rax not being here, they started getting more and more agitated.
Okay.
More and more agitated. And you sense that this is actually a rallying cry for this group. That one of the most honorable people being in prison right now is clearly being used by the prince in ways that are exacerbating the situation and getting people on his side and less on the princess. And you can see it. You're right there in the crowd with them, and you're like,
I'm in the crowd. I
see.
can hear it.
Yeah.
I'm still just a filthy peasant. I haven't had my investiture yet, so you know.
Yeah. And you can. There's like little grumblings, and when the princess steps up, you can hear some grumblings, right? And it's somebody says, "Is she going to speak for Lady Hill? We knew it. We knew it." Right? And it is very clear to you, who's been hearing the gossip, that if the princess speaks for Lady Hill, that is going to confirm in the minds of a lot of people things that they think about the princess already.
Cool. I'm sure the princess knows this.
Unfortunately, if she doesn't speak for Lady Hill, it's going to look really bad also, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So she has been maneuvered
Depends
in
on
a
how
position...
she speaks about Lady Hill is what it boils down to. And she knows all the rumors of discontent. She looked through my brain.
Yes. Yeah. But she's now...
So she knows exactly who is saying what. Yeah. Cool.
She steps...
I can't do anything.
But you're like ground level to seeing a bunch of like, ooh.
Cool. I'll make note of it, but
there's been a bit of an escalation. Since last time.
I don't feel compelled to step up or anything.
Yeah. And she steps forward, and she is clearly like she's trying to get this support from Val, from Terrica, and she says, looking kind of young compared to like the now quite heroic prince, who's in his military uniform, by the way, looking very dashing. She is not in a military uniform. She says, "We lost an important pair of patriots to Drinax. The loss is great. And she looks back to Val and Terrica, like, right? And she looks through the crowd. She sees Quint. She looks at Quint. She looks at Severence. She looks at the crew of the gamblers. She says, "The Lord and Lady Hill were a pair who gave their lives to protect Drinax in their own ways. It is correct to say that Lord Hill sat in the sun. And yes, Lady Hill sat in the shadow. But as we know, and as the Sun Priestess herself would tell you, life needs both sun and shadow to thrive. Only sun and plants wither, devoid of water. Only shadow and the water cannot flow back. It is both that is needed for life, the cycle, to exist. It may not always make us comfortable, but sometimes we wish to sit in the shade when the heat is too much, and sometimes we wish the sun to warm us when it is too chilly. But Lady Hill made great sacrifices for Drinax. She chose to have no friends so that she might do the things that might put those she loved in harm's way without putting them in harm's way. She was sometimes those who work in shadows are forgotten, but it is important to remember that there is also honor in working in shadow as well as the sun. And many of the things that Lady Hill did for Drinax cannot be spoken of or seen, but she more than anyone else helped keep Asim safe from the Foundation and those who would She was not always pleasant, but we would not be where we are now without her. And there must always be a Lady Hill for Drinax to thrive. It is both sun and shadow. And so in this moment, I commit Lady Hill's memory to the sun and to the other side of the sun where the shadow lives. And she places a yellow rose by Lady Hill's diamond and a white rose by Lord Hill's diamond. And she steps back. And it's not the most ringing endorsement of Lady Hill, but she does cast a memory towards Lady Hill.
That's way nicer than what Terrica would have said, so.
I know, Terrica would be like, she's hot!
There's a reason Terrica's saying nothing. That is the kind thing right now.
Yeah. And the king sort of looks, anyone else? Anyone else to speak memories?
Sir, your crown.
Yes.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Yes.
And so, if there is no more words to be said, I, as the King of Drinax, commit my final memories. Lord of Hill helped rescue my boy, and for that he will always be remembered by the royal family of Drinax. Lady Hill stopped numerous assassination attempts on my person and of my daughter, and for that I commit her memory to the sun. Drinax is a world of sun and shadow and the twilight in between, and so must we all commit their names to the sun. And so we do so. And he sort of hums as people sort of send the memories, the names to the sun. And he steps down. And slowly the room dissipates. And you can hear Scholar Voha come up and just say to the prince, "It was Lady Hill who helped secure your body after the explosion, Your Highness." And the prince doesn't seem to be particularly moved by that sort of endorsement of Lady Hill.
Now I have something to say. Yeah.
But doesn't, right?
Right.
As they sort of dissipate. And the guards standing by these two diamonds, which are fairly sizable, are waiting for everyone to dissipate.
And people
Right.
say diamond. Yeah.
So they can inter them and sconce them in the walls.
And we are sort of in this hall as people are dissipating. I think I'm sort of, I'm following Terrica's lead. Terrica's here having a moment. I'm going to let them have it. But I am, like I said, this isn't my dance to lead. So he is following as he
One
expects.
One of the things that we talked about at one time was there being like jewelry that could potentially be made out of part of the, so you don't just necessarily have only the big diamond, but you might have little diamonds.
If people request it.
Oh, I think Terrica did for Papa, but not for
Right.
Lady
Yeah.
Hill.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And
Yeah.
they requested one for each of the clones.
Yeah.
That they
And
didn't
of
tell
course-
anyone
yeah.
what the ashes were. They were just like, "Here's the ashes. Please turn these into diamonds."
There's a lot
Okay,
of
thanks,
ashes.
bye.
Yeah.
No
And I think
reason.
Yeah.
And I think this is also part of this ceremony where, like, if there are bits, right, they are delivered, right, in this moment, right? And so you can see that the whole Von Greville family are given small diamonds of Lord of Hill.
Yeah.
No one's given pieces of Lady Hill. That's okay. Somebody already has one.
Are you talking about the shard that's in Terrica right now?
Yes. Yes, I am.
That's definitely
Yes.
got to get removed. Cool. I think once the hall
I
like
missed something.
clears out. Oh, when Terrica, when Sue became corporeal, Terrica pulled a shard of Lady Hill into them and still hasn't gotten rid of it. They now understand what it is, but they gotta.
Because what happened was that
Sounds
Val
sharp.
drank death, like siphoned off Lady Hill's spirit before it could go anywhere and put it into Sue. And then, which was like, haha. But then there was the only way to sort of connect Viridian with Sue, which are different types of Viridian beings, was for Terrica to take Lady Hill from Sue into themselves to make that conduit, which allowed Sue to become corporeal, to pretend to be Val, to be tortured for Val in Val's stead.
Copy.
So super normal. I think once the hall clears out, I mean, Terrica will do all of the like thank yous to everybody.
Yeah.
The appropriate sort of like dance steps and the thank yous and the and they'll be mostly composed, but every once in a while they'll probably crack here and there.
Like my voice.
Yeah, totally. And after everyone has left, they will walk up to where, the two diamonds are and where the ring is that they had all of the individual diamonds set into. And they will just very slowly slip it on. And then they will take a white rose out of where they had it just tucked, in their coat. And they will lay it down in front of Hiroshi's diamond. And they will very quietly say, "Thank you for everything. I wish I could have had more time." And then they will turn and walk away from Lady Hill's diamond.
Val.
We turn back time about 15 minutes, because as soon as Terrica gets engaged with saying goodbye to everybody, as like the recessional line is coming through, Val would, for just about a minute to 3, excuse himself, and he's going to sneak up as much as you can in a room like this to Lady Hill's hot mic, but to Lady Hill's diamond, and he's going to, I'm assuming they're on like pedestals or tables or something. They're
nice pedestals, right? Yeah,
What color is the pedestal? I mean, obviously it matters. Okay.
Then
well, it'd probably be
black or white.
Well, to be honest, it would probably be brown. It'd probably be made of wood, right? Be a nice like mahogany, because that is the color, right?
Also
of
very
transition
valuable.
from.
Wood is super valuable up here.
If I may, I think
Please.
Terrica would have wanted Lord Hill, the top of Lord Hill's like mahogany pedestal. The very top of it is the pattern of a granite board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's so much care and love in that one, and then there's Lady Hill's mahogany.
And there's her. Oh, behind the pedestal. Oh, on the ground.
oh no! Where did that?
Yeah. And for the record, I think it should be noted, for those of you who understand the politics of it, that the princess was not necessarily giving love to Lady Hill as to saying the position that Lady Hill held is an important position, and it is not dishonorable to hold it, right?
Because I want it.
Currently, the princess
because
does
she
have
is
that position, though.
Yeah.
She is in that position right now. So this was
I'm
a
not saying
little
the
bit more
memory of
about.
Lady Hill. I'm saying the memory of the job that I want from her and that I got from her. Let's just remember
Right, we're
that
like,
it's important
hey,
to
She
be
just
her.
maybe was a dick, but the job's cool.
Well, like basically, just because my brother is like the shiny one doesn't mean that's the better one. Like the job that I'm taking is also an important job. Is basically what she was saying.
Yeah.
At least trying to, right? Yeah. But has got a bonus on that one on the reaction from the crowd. Val.
Hey.
Val's going to walk up, cigarette in mouth, and he's going to like kneel down until he is like eye level with the diamond.
Yeah.
And as he gets eye level, he looks around. If anybody looks up to see him, he'll just, maybe even meet the gaze of whoever's looking at him. He doesn't give a shit. And he is going to say, I know two things. First of which is that there would be a lot more diamonds on these walls without you. Second, you only did one thing right in your life. And he looks over at Terrica.
Yeah.
I will honor both.
Yeah.
Travel to the sun. And he stands up.
Sick.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And then we have, like 15 minutes later, Terrica taking the ring, right? Saying those final goodbyes.
Is the place cleared out now?
Yep. Well, and then the diamonds are going
The
to
other
be
noble
interred.
custodians are coming in and trying to be like, excuse me, we have to put the folded
They're
chairs
gonna,
up now.
Well, they're going to fix. They're going to fix the
Gotta put
diamonds
the
to the
bleachers
walls.
back.
It's
Right.
the Drinaxian equivalent to grave diggers that are standing off to the side during a funeral. You're like, guys, come on, I mean,
We got it. Right.
But it's with like
And then-
jewelry things to like
and
put it into the
dynamite.
wall.
they got like a loop.
And of
Come
course,
on.
there are people
For a
who
diamond
will,
this
like,
big.
Yeah, self-contained explosion.
and there are people who are going to like watch, right, and sort of like note when the diamonds get affixed. And there tends to be tradition that the people who care will note where the diamonds are affixed and ensconced because they don't put names on them. So like if you care, right, you
You'll
watch to see
remember.
where they're ensconced so that you know that's right, because there's no identifiers. That's why people who are not from here think, oh, it's just diamonds everywhere. But like that's actually that's who that is, right? So there's
Because that
there are
would be
people
way
who
too
watch.
creepy if there were just names on everyone but
No, no.
diamonds and you're a new person.
No. Yeah,
I mean,
No.
if you want to be
Terrica
really
Mausoleum?
creepy, you can put
Yes.
it inside the diamond. Because
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Terrica
like
watches-
what is the engraving place at a mall? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Those,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
those places. It's like, oh, there's their name. Yeah, I forgot what they're called. Anyway,
Terrica would.
Could you check your DM real quick?
Absolutely.
no reason at all.
While you're doing that, Terrica would watch where Papa goes, but they would literally turn their back when Lady Hill is being put into the wall.
Yeah, you just don't want to know.
I mean, you guys, like, they fucking hate Lady Hill.
Yeah. I guess not observing where it is, it will lead you to never
Yes.
need to look there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
That's
cool.
right.
I like-
That's a big symbolic moment of not knowing
Yeah.
where that
Yeah.
person is.
Not knowing, like
They want
like
Lady Hill
looking
to be
away
forgotten.
to not know where it is means you'll never be like, oh shit, this is that room where Lady Hill is.
This is
You'll
where I
just
saw
never have
her.
Yeah, you'll never have to
Yeah.
observe where they placed her. I love that.
They placed Lady Hill and then immediately put a picture over her.
It's one with the following eyes. It's like the Mona Lisa following eyes style, where like
Yeah,
no matter where
right.
you stand, like it's looking at you.
You
coat
hang
hanger.
they hang a newspaper up with eye holes cut out right in front of it.
If you pull the little lever, you can.
They've got new one diamond coat hanger here. That's interesting.
I'm just letting somebody know about the
holds
rules
the toilet
about what
paper.
you can have with you.
Oh,
Okay, well, I'm sure I know who that is.
yeah. Can't imagine
Yeah.
who you're talking about right now.
Yeah. So
Okay. Then I have something to do before the ensconcement
Yes.
of
please do.
Okay.
Oh,
Because just remember that if you are not a noble, you cannot have weapons or armor at all on the floating palace.
Okay.
If you are a noble,
shoot.
then you can. But if you're not, you cannot.
Then when the place would clear out, as inconspicuous as possible, the suit would walk in. And when the suit would walk in, Val would turn to Terrica and indicate Lord Hill's diamond. One last ride.
Please.
He would climb in and then indicate the harness that he has on the back for Terrica. Bring your dad.
They'll like they'll like try and like pick him up and get up there, and it's gonna take them like a couple of tries to like climb up the back of the suit and get settled. And by the time they get up there, they're like full on just weeping. It's silent, but it's just tears.
Dad, a diamond in your mouth as you're climbing up.
Yeah.
I would hope he's a little bigger than that.
Yeah, it's like a,
Oh, I
apple.
see that this is a noble who has the suit. It's Terrica. Then it's fine.
Oh, excellent.
I was about ready to get locked up with Rax, but I went ahead and did it anyway. So.
Well, as long as it's Terrica who's brought the suit up, then you're fine, right? That's how that works.
Yeah, Val steps into the back and loads in, and he lights up every light that's on the suit, and it flickers between white and gold all along the length of the suit.
Yeah.
And he blasts off, and when he does, he shoots straight for the sun.
Yeah.
Terrica will start with their head just buried against like the neck back part, right, with the diamond just tucked in. And then as they clear the hall and they get up closer, they'll turn their head up and then they'll just lift the diamond up to the sun as they're just crying, just holding it up there, shaking hands as tight as they possibly can. And they'll just over and over and over again, the entire ride, they'll be chanting the words that they say into the sun every morning for Lord Hill, just all the way up and all the way back.
Val says nothing the entire time, but he is weeping inside the suit, both for Terrica's grief and selfishly for his own, because he's never had anybody he cares that much for. No one in a parental position, no father figure. His mom is gone, but Terrica remains, and so does the gambler, and he finds solace in that, but he just listens to Terrica's words.
I would like to move to the next night. A darkened hall. Small. Everything is black. There's a stage. But the hall itself, quite small, more like a black box theater, is empty. Quint, who is in the audience?
The number of people that would have been invited is the exact number of people that would be at a cirque funeral for one of the cardinals. So not a lot.
Mm-hmm. Who stands in for the apprentice?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because you must have an apprentice. Which in some ways is both you and yourself, right?
Yeah. Normally the apprentice is the one who performs the dance, so I think Quint has to be. Yeah. It's unusual for one of the members of the cirque to be performing their own funeral. So.
Yeah, because normally you're dead.
Normally you're dead, so your apprentice performs it. So Quint is the apprentice in this case.
But symbolically, you need another one. Who will be there for you?
I think it's gotta be Wesley.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Who will
he's full-blooded
represent-
Solomani.
He is full-blooded Solomani. As is Val, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, we're not that close. Quint's pretty convinced that Val still hates Quint, but is acting nice because we're on Drinax. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quint's like, Val's been kind of nice this past few days, but we've also been here on Drinax and maybe just trying to look good in front of Terrica. I don't know. I don't trust it. So it has to be Wesley.
Scholar Voha would have to be there to hook up the
Yes.
machinery.
Mm-hmm.
Caspian has been invited.
Caspian's
Although-
been invited.
Caspian should not have been invited for an actual ceremony, but you're improvising.
I'm improvising. There'd be, let's see, there's normally 12 cardinals, so there'd be 11
Yeah.
present, 11 people
Yeah.
for sure present.
Who are they?
Would invite the crew of the Gambler, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Severance, Terrica.
Wait, Severance. Severance, you
Yes.
have been invited to a
Yes?
funeral the
Oh,
next night,
perfect.
private. Do you arrive?
A
The invitation
private
comes
funeral.
from Quint. Mm-hmm.
Do I know who is the funerally?
Quint.
No,
It would say the death of the quintessential Viridian.
Oh.
You are invited to watch the death of the quintessential Viridian. Almost like a playbill, but it's
Yes.
in it would have funerary
There's
colors.
the letter from the director. All right, so this is
It's going to be at
Interesting.
one of the performance halls, one of the very small private performance halls.
yes. I arrive. I made sure though to get my clothes laundered from the night prior.
Yeah.
And I do make sure it's crisp and steamed. I have zero idea how serious this is, but whatever it is, I want it. I know it's from Quint.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and it is the Quint Vesper. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, whatever. This is probably some sort of performance art.
Yeah.
And or it's actually a thing. But anyway, yes, whatever. So yeah, I do arrive. The fact that it is like a playbill where it reads like a flyer
A little
or
bit.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he sort of through because of his social standing, sort of can see that it is not necessarily like you are cordially invited with the embossed whatever. It reads like a playbill. It reads like a flyer. So he
Maybe a very fancy one, like a personal,
Super fancy.
like
yeah,
like,
as if this was a
private
murder
performance
mystery
almost.
or
Yeah.
a invitation for a home D&D game. He would sort of play along with it. So he's like, I'm gonna like whether it is an interactive art piece where he's gonna be a part of the show or not. It's a funeral, so he's gonna dress like it. So he does.
Yep.
He doesn't bring. I don't know. I think he still does. I think he does spend time drawing new marks on his neck with the ash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he doesn't
Yeah.
quite know how serious
Yeah.
this is. He doesn't know if it's a performance
Yeah.
piece or if it's a private funeral or if it's actually a thing or what it is. So he's just gonna, be safe by doing
Yeah.
it. But does arrive the next night.
Wesley will arrive. Who else?
Terrica would be
Terrica.
invited, of course.
Terrica, do you attend?
Terrica absolutely does. I'm just fixing my colors real fast because I think they would change their colors. So I'll be on screen in a moment. Oh, question. Would
Excellent.
Quint and Terrica have been close enough at this point and talked a lot? Would Terrica know that black is the color of mourning for
For
Solomani?
Solomani, yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to need one more minute.
Quint would have made an offhand
No-
remark, but that's why Caspian was
Yeah.
wearing black at
Ah.
the dinner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then, one more minute and I'll be on screen.
Yeah, no problem.
Val, do you follow this invitation?
Val will definitely follow the invitation and be there, but Greg is moments away from leaving. So just assume Val is
Fine.
there.
Yes.
Sure.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yep.
Val, Terrica,
Yeah.
Severance, Wesley,
Wesley, we're at 4.
Caspian.
Caspian,
The princess
Evan.
would offer to come.
yes.
Evan
I'm
would
still
come.
getting the crew. If Evan was Evan. The
Evan would
prince, princess, and the king would be invited because they're very important people.
Mm.
And
They
that
would all
takes us
come.
to 9.
Yep. 12 is your
2
magic
more.
number.
Yeah,
Magic number what? Why? Is this a ritual?
10,
What's
11,
happening?
12, 3
It is a
more.
ritual. It is
yes.
a ritual.
Yep.
Oh, God.
The sun priestess,
Mm-hmm.
even though we have not
Would
met,
definitely
Scholar
come.
Voha.
Mm-hmm.
Freaky.
Would ask for special permission to see if Lord Rex could go, because it's not a public event like the main funeral.
Mm-hmm.
If
Mm-hmm.
he could be slipped in, you know.
Lord Rax is your 12th.
Well, Quint would have asked the princess if that would be possible, and if it's not possible, Quint would invite someone else.
You ask the princess.
I do ask the princess.
The princess will make sure it happens and make sure that if anybody asks, it was her idea to be kind to Lord Rax rather than the prince's idea to be kind to Lord Rax.
I can read the room. Yeah, I can know it. I haven't really been formal. I mean, I met the prince in the hallway. It didn't seem right to ask him for a favor like that.
No, it is very good for the princess to be seen as being kind to Lord Rax right now, because that is not the story that's going around. The story going around is that it's her fault that Lord Rax has been arrested.
Mm-hmm.
The stage is dark.
It'd be the 12.
There are 12 for the 12 cardinals, the 12 cardinal archetypes.
And there would be place settings for each one. Each person would have a specific place where they're sitting. And I would kind of typecast them into what archetype I think they would be in.
Perfect.
Who is... Nope. Who is what?
That's
because
a good
Jester's
question.
not an archetype.
Nope.
I was thinking Harlequino, but I was thinking...
The Harlock would have been invited, but the Harlock's not here!
Nope.
Because the Harlock would have been the perfect mystery, moon mystery.
Yep. Yes.
So I think...
Did you say these are archetypes?
Archetypes,
These are archetypes. And you're like, what is this? Because you don't know. But all of a sudden you've been given this card.
The High Priestess would be Sun Mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's the Sun Priestess. That makes sense.
Absolutely. She's Sun Mysteries.
Wesley's representing Gemstone because obviously he's taken the role that I have to, so that's Gemstone. Moon Mystery would be Lord Rax.
These Sailor Moon characters?
No. We've got Evan. Oh, Evan would be it's gonna sound funny, but with Cat, right?
Okay. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Evan would be Cat.
Evan would be Cat. I think Terrica would be Bird.
Bird.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
I think Severance would make a good architecture.
Severance is architecture.
Are you making this up?
I'm not making this. Well, we've made this up a long time ago. These are the Solomani. I'm the quintessential Viridian.
I'm
you have the
trying
archetypes.
my best to Google this, and I'm like, what?
No.
It does not exist.
These sound awesome. Okay, great. All right, that makes sense.
This is deep world building that Lindy and I did some time ago.
I remember you telling me what these mean, and I cannot for the life of me remember, and I'm so curious.
I actually think Scholar Voha would be Moon Mysteries because I forgot about Scholar Voha.
Yes.
Lord Rax would be who are we? What archetypes are we missing right now? I don't have the list.
So we've got flower, gemstone, bird, tree, fish, cat, architecture, seasons, passions, virtues, and moon and sun mysteries.
Lord Rax would be virtue, and Val would be passions.
An admiral. You forgot admiral.
Val is passions.
Yeah. Because Val and Rax are opposite, but similar in some ways. So
yeah.
And Rax would be virtues.
So you have flower. You have
Princess Flower, tree for the prince.
So Caspian and the King, and you have fish and seasons.
That's a tricky one. I think Caspian Seasons Fish King.
Okay. So
That
each of you
makes sense in my mind.
have been given this place card with an archetype, and these are certainly not Drinaxian things, that you are to sort of sit by. And there is in the center of this stage silks. And it is quiet. And
There
it
would
is
be a
different silks.
quiet loop in the background while everyone's entering and sitting of... There would be no words, but it would be like a
I remember
remixed tune
you.
of the funerary march that gets played.
Sandali and
The
lo-fi.
chant. But yeah, a little
Yeah,
lo-fi.
it's a
a little
chant.
lo-fi.
Yep.
Perfect.
But there's no
Yep.
words. It's just lo-fi.
Perfect.
And I imagine
And
a
then it would go
central
quiet.
spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
I give it to you.
And then Quint would be would have gone earlier in the day, pulled out the box of latex, and would have pulled out, because Quint got two things from our dear Marcel Rambeau. A custom piece to Quint's specifications for performing, which is Viridian Green, and that is what Quint would be wearing tonight. But there's another suit, and I'm going to get Trooper to tell me what it is at some point. And Quint would be, it would start with, Quint would actually be in the silks. Quint does not start on the ground and climb up. Quint drops down. You see one silk rope hanging, and then suddenly,
Yeah,
as
that
the
like
music
tumble
starts,
thing. Yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
the tumble down.
The tumble thing that people
And-
do. Yeah, love it.
Absolutely, yes. And it would be a probably, 5 to 10 minute performance, because it's not a short thing, and it would be the utmost technical difficulty. This was like the Simone Biles of gymnastics level of performance, but for the silks. And it would be full of lots of explosive movements, juxtaposed
explosive.
with like soft, gentle music in the song. And Quint would be wearing the Viridian mask. And the song would be, the atmosphere, it wouldn't be like sweet. It would be very tragic. It would be dramatic and sad, and just kind of instill you with that feeling of like, wow, this is a lot, kind of. It's kind of not a pleasant piece of music, but it would be Quint's utmost put into this performance. And at the very end, the lights would shut off. Quint would be hung in midair, almost as if by the neck. And the lights would shut off, and there would only be Wesley holding a candle. And then you would see, a couple minutes later, Wesley holding the candle and a mask, and would walk backstage. And there'd be another couple of moments before the lights ease back up, and Quint is not there. And the whole thing is recorded by Scholar Voha to be put into the Drinaxian fancy records.
Can I get a roll from you, please?
Absolutely.
The Viridian mask, is it the same Viridian that, let's say, is my glasses?
Nope, it's Terran.
No.
Terran.
It's Terran Viridian. No, yours is
Mine's not
not.
Terran.
The
It's
glasses are
Imperial.
actually an Imperial Viridian.
Right.
Val would feel it in his arm, though.
Someday, my
But
glasses will do something.
well, the thing is, your glasses give you some bonuses already, but also you now have access to a third being.
Okay. my
Your
glasses
glasses,
low. Okay, and I've been trying to make them
Yes.
glow this whole time. Okay.
they're
go.
so good. Your glasses are a whole different being, which means you could commune with a whole different being, and that could probably tell you some things, because it's something that the evil warlord has been hanging out with, which means you have access to a whole nother being out there who knows stuff
Sweet.
in a different part of space.
Anyway.
It's quite Yes, can I get a roll from you, please?
Yes.
I believe you have some sort of performance art, do you not?
I do have Cirque du Soleimani.
Yes, please. Could you roll that for me?
I love how we made that a
Yes.
skill.
I
And
sure
you can
can.
either, it's like profession. You can either do it, I would like 2 rolls. I'd like you to do this one based on your athletics, right? Your
Okay.
dexterity.
Sure.
Uh,
Athletics. Dexterity. Okay.
well, it's your Cirque skill, but
Yes.
you'll be rolling dexterity for it.
Sure.
But if you have
Okay,
athletics
yes.
dexterity, you get that bonus.
I have athletic strength, not dexterity.
Then you don't. But also psionic strength based of your Cirque du
Okay.
Soleimani,
Okay.
if you don't
Do I
mind.
get any boons because I'm performing with my mask?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Your alter
Because
ego, your
that's what that
superhero
mask
ego.
does.
Yep, it does.
Mm.
Yep. Here we go.
The Soldani lantern.
13.
Hey.
And then
Yeah.
you want it with psionic strength as
Beautiful.
well?
Yes, please.
Same Cirque scale, just with psionic strength instead of dex. Okay.
Yes, please.
Viridian lantern. Excuse me. That would be your.
6, but I can put
Nice.
points of luck into it.
You might want to, or not. It's up to
I'll
you.
put all of my luck into it because this
How
is
much luck do
very
you have?
important to Quint. I have 5 luck.
Okay. So,
And Quint
The
is putting
performance-
everything into this. So, yeah, all 5, 11.
the performance is amazing. It's quite painful to watch. It's the death of someone. It's technically phenomenal, but it's not about the explosiveness or the technicality. It's the feeling that is imbued within it. And each one of you who is not Quint, you know something as this is happening. It becomes very clear to you that you are seeing something that you are never supposed to have seen. You are seeing something that was never meant for public performance. You feel as if you are intruding on a private moment, that you've been asked to witness something that should never be seen by anyone outside of a small number of eyes. It's a secret what you're seeing. And you know it. Like, if this doesn't have the feeling of, it feels more like a confession than it does a performance. And also something else. That's the first role. The second role is awful. The second role is something terrible. Because you feel it. You feel the connection between Quint and the Viridian severed. When Quint was performing, there was this power of Viridian coursing through them, that if you're a regular audience member, you would just be like, wow, they're amazing. But now that you understand what Viridian is, you could see, in moments, you almost saw Quint dancing with Sue, kind of looking like Rudolph Valentino, as if they were together on the silks, their bodies intertwining. It was... You all have Viridian on you, so you could all see it. You could see that Quint was not alone. There are these moments when you thought that Quint would fall off the silks, but this sort of figure of Sue that's more like
green
Rudolph
silks?
Valentino. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yep. Figures. All right. Okay.
Would like grab a hold of Quint at that last moment and make sure they didn't fall. It was something so beautiful and so intimate. These two figures doing this together they were almost naked, and like, it was so intense. But as the dance goes on, you can see their connection being cut away from them. And at the end, when Quint is hanging by themselves and Wesley holds the mask and the candle, this Viridian figure has been ripped away from Quint, and Quint's body is now dead and alone, severed forever from the one love, the one deep, deep, intimate love, which is the Viridian that has walked with them their entire life in this mask. Please note that the other people in the room cannot see this. Certainly Caspian cannot see it. But once you have been connected to Viridian as you all have, you realize that Quint has never been doing these silks alone. Quint has always been doing these silks with someone else, keeping them safe, and then Quint keeping that other figure safe, and that figure was Viridian, this being, and that Quint now has died. The quintessential Viridian has died. And with it, their love, their relationship to Viridian has also died. Quint is no longer the quintessential Viridian. Who are they? I don't know. But they can no longer walk with Viridian in that way. And as Wesley holds this mask that still has this spirit in it, the spirit can no longer touch Quint. Quint is alone and dead in the silks. Completely alone. No longer having the lifeblood that they had always had in them. And the light goes off. And when it comes back on, Quint is gone.
I think there is a visceral or a guttural reaction to when the light comes on and Quint's not there. I don't necessarily know if it's because of the performance or if it's because of the action.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terrica like grabs for Val's hand, like in that moment. They're just like, ah!
Cardboard cutout Val just sort of
just right there.
Yeah,
He's definitely there.
Yes. And I will say that you did see a
the
death.
princess would feel it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You saw a death. And
I think
yeah. And you know you shouldn't have seen it. Do you know what I mean? Like you're like, oh, this is that's what this was, right? This was actually
it's really cool. Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
takes you by surprise.
Yeah.
And then it hits you.
Yeah.
I think Terrica would try to reach out to Quint just to be like this sort of like, you're not alone, like that kind of feeling is what they would try and do in that moment. Psionically, if they can get a hold of Quint, and if they can't, then the next time they see Quint, they would just like give Quint the biggest hug. And
Quint is not available psionically right now.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And as the lights come on, you all know there's a difference between those of you who are connected to Viridian and those of you who are not, because the people who are not connected to Viridian in that way, they clap.
Yay. What a cool performance. Yeah.
Yes. Right? And like they clap, like they clearly are, they're very impacted by this, but they don't know what they just saw, right?
Yeah.
And they clap.
Oh. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that was an amazing performance. I've never seen anything like it. Right. And Scholar Voha is speaking to the prince and says, well, he said that this performance has to be kept locked in the vault, so no one should be allowed to see it. But we were given the permission to do so. And like you can tell, like as they're like talking and they're sort of milling on their way out, it looks as if this performance that has been recorded for posterity shall be seen by no one else.
I as well as Severance, probably Severance more so, is trying to wrap his mind around what he saw. It's not like, it's not necessarily like, oh wow, that was kind of cool. Wow, I just saw like, it was like, what did that mean? What
Yeah.
did... and usually a person like Severance usually has an answer,
Yeah.
right? Usually isn't speechless. Usually has something figured out
Yeah.
enough where he has some sort of confidence to at least fake the answer.
Yeah.
He has no idea what he saw. I mean, he knows what he saw, but he doesn't know the meaning of it or why it happened. Is it a declaration of something? Is it purely entertainment? And I was just moved so much that I think that something happened. Or was it, what was the message being sent? Was there one? It's almost like he's overthinking it now and almost taking this severance I said it finally took us long enough wow, and that's it. Roll the credits. It's almost like the severing of the Viridian was almost, he takes like, it's like his knee-jerk reaction is to take it personally.
Well, that makes sense because of your glasses.
Yeah, exactly.
You feel.
Do I do it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
You feel your glasses are not connected to the being that was severed.
Right.
But your glasses knows that being. They all know each other. And your glasses being there allowed that being to witness this separation from one of their kin to their avatar. And there is a deep sense of mourning and sorrow coming from your glasses, from this.
The glasses themselves are crying. I'm like, what is going on?
Basically, yes. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, yeah. Right? Because this is also...
Terrica's brooch, Severance glasses,
Yes.
Rax's sword,
Leak.
Princess Rouse, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all upset.
Wow.
Yeah. Because they had to witness something very tragic for themselves. Because every time someone is severed from... Every time an avatar or a conduit is severed from its Viridian, that is a death for the Viridian as well.
Yeah, right. There's it's still gobsmacked. I think there's just like, that didn't really just happen. Did it just happen? That must have, and it's just, there's so much, and like, it did, but I think there's a lot of like denial with it.
Also, it's also quite overwhelming in the sense that it's hard for you to imagine the kind of sorrow that a being that is
cosmic sorrow that a planet, like a psionic planet would feel towards another psionic planet. Through the network of its extra-dimensional avatars that are all happen to be in one room staring at one another. Right? It's just like, oh god, it's wacky.
And it all sort of amplifies. And then there are these people who have no idea what's happening, right? And they're getting up and they're like, chatting, right? And like, I don't know if you really even hear what they're saying, but like they are sort of like getting up and moving and chatting and like, oh, that was quite moving, right? And they don't know.
Right. It's like a bunch of, it's like a tree's leaf got together with other trees' leaf to watch a weird ritual, and then one of those leaves just don't exist anymore. And you get, and somehow the trees now know because their leaves saw it. It's such a wacky, weird thing, and that is hard to comprehend. And here I am trying to make a weird, wacky analogy so we can.
No, but that's about right. Do you know what I mean? Like that's about, and like you might even imagine that you see like some sap on the stage. You know what I mean? Like, right. Just there, which is sort of like
some psionic blood.
Basically, like psionic tears, blood, psionic.
So I imagine Quint's also out of psionic points after that performance too.
And luck points. I remember that you used them all on that second roll. Wow.
You're
I'm spent, drained.
Yeah.
You have completed the ritual.
That's wacky. I love that we like this whole supernatural witch thing that Quint's been going on is not at all a joke. Like, like, oh wait, you are a witch. Oh, cool.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Yeah. Oh, we just thought that was a fun little thing.
We thought you were just a spy.
We thought
you were just a spy. We thought you were a witch spy.
Get him. They're a witch. Sorry, we were on a spy hunt before.
Quint.
Yes.
Quint.
Quinch on.
Yes.
And so it is done.
Yep.
You are no longer a member of the Cirque.
Nope.
You are no longer the quintessential Viridian. The mask you wore that was who you were for so many years is now no longer who you are because you are ejected from that family.
That identity is dead.
The identity is dead. That mask should go back into the
To the
archives.
Cirque. Yep.
It should be returned to the Cirque so that when the next Viridian rises, that person may take on that mask and become the quintessential Viridian as you have been.
The Viridian Lantern.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the tradition. But the mask is so far away from home.
It's so far away from home. And so,
Just leave it.
because we can't bring it back through the secret underground maze tunnel labyrinth of where also Quint's body should be laid to rest because Quint should be dead.
Yes.
We can't go through the crypts into the secret archives. So instead, it's just Quint thanks Wesley
What's happening? Okay.
and
Quint's
leaves the
still alive.
candle there.
Okay, thank God.
Whatever dressing room or something there is backstage, Quint is just
Thank
going to
you,
lock the door behind Wesley after thanking him for his help. And until the candle burns out, is just going to fetal position, hug that mask, and sob because Quint's supposed to be dead. No living person is supposed to perform their own. It may not have ever been done in the history of the Cirque, or if so, it was such a long time ago that it is no longer remembered. And it is incredibly painful, and so Quint is just sobbing, fetal position, curled up, hugging the mask, and saying, "I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. It shouldn't have had to be like this."
Woo!
Ooh.
And that's where we fade on for Quint for a while.
And this is the fault of Marymore.
Oh, yeah, yeah, in so many ways.
Huh?
Oh, no, yeah, Marymore quite directly did this.
Yep.
Marymore framed Quint so that Quint would be kicked out of the Cirque, so that Marymore could have this mask. Unfortunately, Marymore does not have the mask.
I don't think any of the characters know this yet, except Quint, because I think only Quint saw this in the map. But didn't like last episode, Quint saw the clone
bunch of
version
murder.
of their self
Or
murdering
some
in
some
the
type of
mask.
psionic version, which Quint's gonna have
Oh, yeah,
questions
true.
for Val
Could be
next
psionic.
week. That's
Good, Quint.
that.
Oh, so Quinn's coming back. Oh, thank
Hey.
God. Oh, thank
Yes,
God.
no, Quint is
Thank the
Quint.
Olib.
Yeah,
Yes.
Quint may have been in a cult. The Cirque
Okay.
might kind of be a cult. It's fine.
I mean, a little
That
bit.
makes
You know.
total sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coven?
Yeah, you know.
I think-
but
Love
But,
that. That's
the
so
thing
cool.
Terrica
is-
will like grab
Yeah.
Wesley on the way out, make sure he's taken care of. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
May I have I have to let go, but also I just want a
Yeah.
tiny little scene that I think
Absolutely.
this is, and it's not. I don't think it needs to be. I don't know. I'm going to say it doesn't need to be long, and it's going to be like the longest thing. But I think there's going to be a moment, or at least I don't, because now that you've said like that Quint will be back and not actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Quint is alive.
Yeah, yeah,
Quintessential Viridian
yeah.
is dead.
it's dead.
I was worried for a while because I was like, oh, what's happening? So the
Bye, guys. No, I'm kidding.
yeah, I was like, okay, what's happening? But I think I was like, really cool. Wow, what happened? But because it was both me and my character were both like,
Yeah.
what's going on right now?
Yeah.
What's going on in game? What's happening out of game? What's the meta right now? What is she trying to tell us? I think Severence waits by the stage door, wherever that is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not necessarily stage door, not necessarily like waiting outside
Yeah.
the dressing room, but like on the way back or something, he catches Quint, or would like to catch Quint. Of course, congratulate them on their performance. So much so that I think I've already like it's just a small like I've already gone ahead and I've started making requests to actually embed the Viridian crystal on the ship into the ship so you could have your room for
Yeah.
your silks again. So you can continue. I don't want to ever. I didn't realize that this was what they were for. You of course can feel free to continue to use them. I've already gone ahead and I think we have. We do want to get them embedded and actually make it more of a solidified place. And I apologize, and I have kept you from your practice. And I'm not sure if that's what you were trying to do tonight, but it did something. So just congratulations for the wonderful performance. I'm still a bit wounded emotionally from it, but that means great theater. So great job. Right?
Thank
Yes?
you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
No rush. I don't think I'll be on the silks for a little bit.
Perfect. But they're there for you, and whenever, they're yours, and I shouldn't have taken them.
It's fine.
It was not fair of me to do. But anyway, it was a wonderful performance. Anyway, see you on the ship. And then he just like realizes he's getting sentimental, and then he leaves. Before,
Yeah.
So, and then maybe as he's like walking away, like, really great performance, really wonderful. I'm still a bit, it was great. And like I think he doesn't usually he talks as he walks away.
Yeah.
But I think he may talk and then stop and then look back at you. But I think you notice and can read that it's more of, because he doesn't usually stop and check back and continue and finish the conversation or finish the words while he stops. Usually it's either a wisecrack or something as he's exiting. Right,
Yeah.
he's gone and he's blah, 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 and leaves. But this time when he stops, he looks back, and I think just the feeling that he gives you, and it's not psionic, because if you were psionic, you would know this would confirm it. But or you're not right now, or for whatever. He
Not a juice.
you had a juice. He is stopping and genuinely like checking in on you.
Mm-hmm.
And as he's sort of like, it was wonderful, it was a great performance, and then stops and like
You get the
maybe
vibe that
you're-
Quint is currently not okay, but will be.
Yeah, right.
Like,
and like that's
yeah.
I think what he's feeling is like, as much as he's praising the performance, he's checking into being like, that was a performance, right? Haha. Okay, and then still, whether or not he's reading correctly, he continues the facade that it was a beautiful performance. And it's been a long time since he's been evoked by emotions in a theater, let alone even remember the last time he felt feelings going to the theater. But so this is this definitely hit him viscerally and emotionally, and almost like spiritually and maybe financially. We'll see. But well, yes, because he's got to embed the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely a thing. Oh, I'm getting. I have emergency. Dog has to go outside. Call for me, and I'm already late, so I gotta go. Anyway, this is great. I really have to.
This will be where we end the session. There will
Anyway, I just
be
wanted to say that.
Yeah, there will be people will be lingering, and people will not be able to get Quint, I don't think. And
Not until that candle burns out.
not until the candle burns out. When we come back, I imagine it'll be a bit of a whirlwind of investitures before you all leave, because you all have to leave the planet. You have things to do. And so with this, let us do our outros. And I know we've got two people have got to go. I think Cord, then Ari. So Cord, could you say who you are, where can we find you, give some love, and then for your outro?
Yes. Hi, it's me, Cord, your favorite mythematic bartificer. I'm trying that out. Enjoy it. You can find me mythematic, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. I played Severance. It was great. I really do really loved tonight. It was a lot of fun. Greg's, my love for Greg was, I had it and I wrote it down because I was like, right. He rolled an 18, right? For that awesome thing.
Yes.
And then he had a scene where he did a gesture where it was kind of cool because it was very cool. He delivered and he sent a message to Val. The player sent a message to Val by offering that now I want to do a really risky thing and try the clone drugs, though player knows it's going to work, but he had to translate to Val and give Val the proof. Right?
Yeah.
So he was like, I think Val is going to take the syringe and then try the drugs out on this potentially clone, and it will work. And that's how that will confirm to Val Anyway, so it was just really kind of cool because Val didn't quite know. He was theorizing. Yeah. Greg knew he rolled an 18. Val didn't. Yeah. So Val had to do something, and Greg gave him that thing to do. So like, it was really kind of cool. He was like talking to his character in a moment where he was letting his character know that info. And I loved that.
Yeah, by the way, he's been a clone all this time. You just haven't known yet, but now you know. Like I've been saying that since
and that was that whole reveal was so
Yeah.
fucking cool. Because like a couple of weeks ago you mentioned this and it was in passing. I went, that's kind of cool. And then today I was like, haha, what, the Harlock? And then anyway, it's just, and then everything went into just, it was really cool. That whole scene was super awesome, and I loved the imagery of Val looking at the computers and being like, well. That's normal. That is, you can see that both of these are correct. So they are the same between this normal person and this normal person. Like I just loved that. I loved the imagery of just like the blinking of, yep, it's a human. And then us all knowing, wait a minute, that's not true. It was awesome. So loved that whole scene. Thank you, Trooper, for that scene, for that reveal. Greg, that whole message to yourself, to your character was amazing. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to like give my love and leave, but I will. I just love you so much. It was so great. I'm not leaving yet. I'm about to say a couple things. I'm freaking out. All right, so Lindy, your the performance was amazing. I really loved the setup of it. I really loved everything about it. I loved it. Like it was so cool, really well done. I loved that it was a performance art. I loved that. We got to finally sit down and see you perform, and I loved that it was a ritual. I loved everything about it. It was so well done, and thank you for that scene, because that was really, really cool. It was a pleasure to because I am listening to a dance, and like listening to dance performance art. So it's like, this isn't going to work, right? I'll just go, this is cool, yay. But that was so well done from a storytelling perspective that I felt emotions, and also Trooper for embellishing and helping and describing the actual things we felt and all that stuff. Just really, really cool. I love the setup. I love that there was a flyer for a funeral, and it's like, okay, what's this going to be? And then it was one. Anyway, it's great. Loved it. Super cool. And Ari, Terrica's monologue about and the speech was amazing. I mean, it's like, I don't know where it comes from, but I love watching your speeches, your diplomacy, the nobility in Terrica, and you flawlessly and seamlessly just going into it and making this noble sci-fi nobility in this made-up world that we're making up on the fly so real. It's great. Also, Trooper, once again, and the yes and for glass roses. I just thought that it would be really expensive if it was regular roses, and where would we get them?
Oh yeah.
So I was like, yeah, they're glass, and you're like, yeah, of course they are, and I was like, oh, thank God.
Right, because you can't.
You can also reuse
honestly,
them.
Right.
You can
It's
reuse
true.
them, and you can't waste resources.
Just wash
You know
them
what I mean?
off.
Like
Exactly.
they don't have the resources for this, right?
Put them in the rose
Obviously,
washer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or the dishwasher.
It makes so much sense.
Yeah. Anyway, that's me. I love you all, and I will rewatch and stuff for to loves to make sure you actually love me, but because I need validation. But I love you all. This has been great, and I'll see you all. I really do have to go because I have a hurt partner and a dog that needs pets and furries. And all right, I love you. Bye.
Go, we love you.
Okay, Ari, you're next. Gonna you also have to go. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? And please give some love.
Hello, I do have to go. Okay, I got 3 minutes, so here we go. I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online here. You can also find me live in Seattle if you're going to NorwestCon. My show Impossible Loves will be in the Moxie Room at 7:30 p.m. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday. And also another show coming up in April to May is called Prism. Okay, on to love. So much love for tonight. Holy cow, there were so many beautiful moments. From Trooper, specifically I'm thinking of there's 2 things within the funeral speeches, but having Lady von Granville really speaking to, not calling him of Hill, but reclaiming Hoshi's name. I thought that was just absolutely beautiful. And then the other piece was you did both of the monologues for the prince and then for the princess on opposite ends of that. That takes a whole bunch of crazy skill to be able to do that, and in addition to the fact that like all of the lore and everything that you put together behind the scenes, it's impressive and I appreciate it.
I mean, you were part of that. I mean, I'm just saying.
I did some things, but also like the merch I can't talk about yet, that you have coming out that I'm so excited for. Okay, that's all I'll say. It's just very exciting. I think it's very cool. Lindy, holy cow. There were a couple of moments tonight. The silks scene, obviously, that whole beautiful, but I'm going to also call out the interactions with Caspian before the funeral, where you're both having that like moment, and just Quint actually being honest about the fact that they still love him, while also being like, it's crazy to think that we would run away together. Let's be real for a minute here. Just, I love the way that you play Quint, just so down to earth. And you've got this sordid past, but you're aiming for like being truthful and honest with those you love. And I think that is so cool.
Also, you cannot have an Imperial Duke with you if you're going to be pirating Imperial ships.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just
I
can't.
know. I know
It'd be real
that.
bad. It'd be real bad. So, and my love to Greg for both the two lines to Lady Hill, where just beautiful. Like he has this way of just so short, so much is packed into that. And he just does a fantastic job with that. Just and then Cord, also the suit flight for Hiroshi was just, and then Severence, Cord's way of being able to show like this guy is a dick so many times, and then he does all of these like. He actually cares, right? He like reaches out to Quint to be like, hey, I'm so sorry that I like tied up your silks. I didn't realize that was a thing, right?
Yeah.
And then the check back in, like he has a heart of gold. Severance has a heart of gold, but it's under this like questionable exterior. And Cord does such a beautiful job with that. And I wish I had more time, but I really got to go. Have a lovely, absolutely amazing evening, and I'll see y'all later.
And that leaves me with Laugh, Love, Lindy. Who are you? Where can we find you and give some love?
Hi, 'tis I, laughlovelindy. I'm gonna give my love first. I loved Cardboard Cutout Greg. That's my love for Greg for tonight. It's just like, pretend I'm here. And then I just imagined him as a cardboard cutout the whole time, and it was fabulous. Now I want an actual cardboard cutout of Greg, so I can be like, oh, he's here, as like a gag thing on screen. It'd be funny. No, I love Greg. Greg knows how much I love him. I shockingly got to make Severance be a little speechless. I feel like that's an accomplishment. Like I need a gold star or like a small plaque or something, because I don't think that's I don't think that's hardly ever happened. Is make Severance go speechless, and then apologize. Well, it was, hey, sorry about this. Like, I thought that was just like a hobby thing. I didn't realize it had like depth to it. Ooh, awkward. I loved that. I loved that. It was fabulous. I also, of course, love finding out that the prince is a clone. Hey, I think I'm a clone now. But now Quint's also questioning, am I a clone? Because of that flash I got from the mask. So I'm gonna have to ask Greg next week. Hey, can you like do clone testing on me? Because Quint actually hasn't had just a basic bio checkup on the ship. I think Quint's the only person on the ship who hasn't had a basic checkup done.
Yep.
Surgery, yes. Basic checkup, no.
No.
Because those are different things. You don't need a basic checkup to do the surgery. It's fine. And of course, my love for Terrica is I think the speech was just too good. The speech was just too good at the funeral. It was too good. I can't pick anything else, even though it was already picked. I want to add on to that. Yeah, it was too good. I also loved Wesley. My pure-blooded Soleimani boy. Just being there to handle the mask and to bring me that glass of water and step between Caspian. Like, hey, nah. I love that. So that's my love for you, Trooper, is Wesley. You can find me online at laughlovelindy. Twitch, YouTube, Bluesky, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. I may not be active, but I'm there. And you can find me on Let's see, not this Monday and Tuesday, but next Monday and Tuesday for our Monday and Tuesday campaigns, bi-weekly campaigns on my channel. But you will find me on Wednesday, every Wednesday, for more Tracks of Terror. We had 20% more terror this past week, so there'll just be a basic normal amount of terror this session. They met the North Shore Monster, aka Old Briny, in Salt Lake, and now they're found a new train that'll take them to Colorado. It's its first ever voyage. Train I don't know what you call it, a maiden voyage for a train, but it's the train's maiden voyage, and I'm sure nothing will go wrong. And then you find me on Sunday at Praxagorth Thesmophoria's channel for some very fun Greyhawk shenanigans. We killed a dragon. We didn't die. Shocker. I might be dating. It's fine. I'm a paladin now. It's cool. And then you'll find me here for next week for Traveler. That's me.
And I'm troopersjp, and I will say nothing before I read off the tips and bits in our messages from all of you who have been so lovely. So, we have got our really important 42 bits from Stormbinder, who wants to give us the meaning of life, who says, everyone, remember your towels. I put them over my face so I do not see any bad guys, and bad guys don't see me. And we get a $20 tip from our lovely and most wonderful mod, one of our two, Rissa, who says, cheers to starting on time. Hey, I was all ready. And then we have some lovely gift subs from Will and TW, who is such a wonderful supporter. Thank you. And then we have got a $50 tip from Void Smoker, who says, to the sun from the moon. Oh, that was just recent. Thank you. Thank you, Void. And then 100 bits from Will and TW, who says, thanks all. So many moving scenes tonight. I'm curious about the details of Quint's performance. Well, I would maybe Quint will be able to explain that to one of the characters in game. We shall see. When somebody's like, "What was that about?" I imagine there'll be questions, and then it could be explained. And then
now that I'm dead, I can explain it.
Right, because now that you're dead, you're no longer. I think all the NDAs are done, right? Because you're dead.
That's uncharted territory, I think. So I think
I would imagine that the assassins of the Cirque would not see it that way.
Would not agree, no.
Yeah.
But I might be able to answer some basic questions, like there's 12 archetypes, and a ceremony is held when someone dies, and I can't go back to Soleimani space, so I had to die here. Spiritually.
Yeah. Will and go to sleep. And then Stormbringer gave us 126 bits and says, yet another amazing performance. Much love to the whole cast. That's what I think too. Thank you, everybody. Those tips and bits goes to help me pay for the cast and any other sorts of commissions and whatnot. And we are so close to the new special bit of surprise merch that I didn't realize I needed to make until I found out that I needed to make it. And when we get off of stream tonight, I'm gonna go back to doing a little bit of that, and that'll be really good. So, let me tell you who I am. I'm troopersjp. Woohoo! You can find me here. Right now, I'm not doing any external streams, although I've got a special stream coming up in April the 16th, I think, 15th, 16th. I'll tell you about it later. So that's me. Let me give love. Oh, I should say, by the way, we've got cool new merch over in the merch store at Fourth Wall. You should check it out. It's lovely. You should join us on Discord. That's also lovely. You should see us next week for more of the Travelers. So next week, my goal is to get them off planet next week. They just have an investiture, a couple of conversations, and I'm thinking by the break, they're leaving. This is my goal, but I cannot control the cats that are the players. Really, no idea. We will find out. By the way, the title comes from Anageek for today, and our title is As They Dance on Broken Glass. Thank you, Anageek, for our title. And let me give my love. It's really good, isn't it? It's so good. So good. My love is going to be for Cord for asking the right questions. Cord asked these questions like nobody's going to speak for Lady Hill. And I was like, nope. I like that Cord asked me the questions that allows me to answer them. And then when you answer them, you're like, ooh, I did that multiple times today. Just the best questions like, hey, that's pretty weird, right? I was like, yes, it is. So thank you, Cord, for the amazing questions that really highlight some of the things in the world. Lovely. And also for I want to sort of love to Cord for the Vespexer funerary traditions being coal rather than diamonds. And what I love about Cord is that he understands what the difference is between the Vespexers and the people on the floating palace, that being the difference between the classes that have changed over hundreds of years, right? And what that means. And everything he comes up with, if he's like, it'd be this, right? He always says like, thank you for yes-anding. He's like, you don't have to thank me for yes-anding. That's just obviously what it is because he knows, right? And I just love that. And I also want to go and give, I want to give love to Greg for the ways in which he is able to, sometimes people want to do risky things that in the world would cause problems, but if you phrase it the right way, then people are going to be disarmed. It'll be okay. The guards were not going to let the prince go and have medical examinations done because they know that that should not happen because there are secrets that need to be kept secret that other people do not need to know. But Greg was able to just phrase it in just the right way that the guards would be like, okay, I guess that's okay. That seems all right. And that the prince would be like, okay, that makes sense. And that was great. Like the ways in which they're able to just frame things in just the right way that it's lovely. And it works and I get to say yes and. And the words he had to say for Lady Hill was great because here's the thing, Lady Hill was not a good person. But she did do things that were important, but she was not a good person. That's how do you hold those two things, right? I want to thank Lindy for that performance and for the world building of the Cirque that has been going on for the last well over a year now. But that's the obvious one. The performance was amazing and allowing me to sort of like weave in the stories we talked about. What does it mean to have this Viridian mask and to dance with it? And what does that mean? But I actually want to go and give some love to Lindy for walking around the palace back in the beginning of season 5 and hearing what people were talking about, like deciding to wander around and getting the lay of the land in that way, because that conversation allowed it to come back this way, right? There are a lot of things that have been happening in this world that people only know about because they've done little things like, let me just go and just see what people are talking about. What's the gossip? And I was like, oh, you not being from here can hear these things. And that becoming something that comes back right now, because right now it's not great. The tensions are not good, and that is and Quint would know it because of what Quint did, what Lindy decided to do as a player way back in the beginning of season 5. And so I just want to thank Lindy for that. Lindy has done so many things like that, like just deciding to have a conversation with somebody, to go and listen to something that allows the depth of these stories to sort of come out. And I want to also give love to Ari for not saying anything about their mother at the funeral, but clearly feeling conflicted about it. Like the ways in which Ari is able to perform conflicted emotions without saying words is so brilliant. And to see that sort of like, as like Ari went first, great. But then as everybody came up and just kept talking about Lord Hill, which of course, because Lord Hill's like basically the counselor, right? You know, like everybody likes the therapist. And then just like to see the weight of nobody saying anything, but then still in the end, not seeing where Lady Hill's diamond was ensconced, so that is forgotten, that location is forgotten. Because who remembers that? Like nobody was there to witness the ensconcing of Lady Hill's diamond. The only people that know it are the people who did the ensconcing. So Lady Hill will be forgotten in that way. Right? And that was just like this sort of brilliant, sort of complicated thing, and I want to sort of give honor to that. And I want to honor and give all of my love to you all, you battle buddies who are here watching and giving us just amazing feedback. And I love seeing what you're saying in chat. I read it as much as I can. And I feel like Will and TW needs to go to sleep. Our lovely sponsor, sleep if you haven't.
Agreed.
And
yep.
Yeah, right? And I will see all of us will see you next week. So until then, please, if you do not mind, I want you to take care of yourself, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Good night, everybody.